Okay, welcome everyone. It's 6:30 on the evening of August 5th, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the Arlington City Council, and Mayor Rich Nagel, I'll be presiding at the meeting. So again, welcome. If you've not signed the attendance form that's on the clipboard there, please do so. This time I'll call the meeting to order, and would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Need some chairs. Whatever. Okay. All right, roll call. Council members. Councilmember Cowell. Here. Councilmember Hattlestead. Here. Councilmember Shevsky. Here. Councilmember Highland.
Here.
Councilmember Batcher.
Here.
All council members are present. At this time, I would like to ask for any changes in the agenda. I do have a few here. I will name them. I'd like to, after the presentation of the winner of the Arlington logo contest, I would like to insert item 7A from the bottom. That individual has another commitment tonight, and we make the concession if council agrees to move them up. Item 7A then would go up under item A on the first page. And then also from page 2, move item 12 up to the front page. And that would be the discussion on the 22-acre hemp heaven proposal.
Rich, where are you gonna move those to?
Right after addressing, citizens addressing the council, or right after the presentation of the
Oh, okay.
certificates to Kim Body. Okay, any questions on that? Hearing none, a motion is in order to approve the agenda as amended.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Highland, second by Councilmember Hattlestead to approve the agenda as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approved, or approved. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Move on to the consent agenda. This evening, the consent agenda consists of the following. Item A, approval of July 15th, 2019 council meeting minutes. Item B, approval of the July 22nd, 2019 joint council EDA and planning and zoning meeting minutes. Item C, accept resignation and express appreciation to planning committee chairperson Jim Kreff. Item D, accept resignation and express appreciation for EDA committee member Dick Thomas. And then item E is approval of the bills.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Cowell, second by Councilmember Yashewski to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we would like to have Kim Body step forward. She is the winner of the logo contest that was held recently. And if you come up here and receive your...
Kim, congratulations. What we have here is the design that Kim put together for the City of Arlington logo. So we had a number of individuals that submitted ideas, and so I think we had about 10 different submittals, and we chose yours from all 10. So I don't know if you want to share with us a little bit more about the logo and the unique pieces that you have in there.
Well, that's an actual photo I found online, so it's scale, and it's obviously it's the fire hall and the community hall next to it, so I drew it from a photo online, yeah.
One of the questions that we've gotten is, these windows, are those representative of the school or of the community center here?
Nope, they're actually on the building.
Okay.
If you look at that building, they're actually on there,
So the,
I didn't take
the
any liberties
bank-
with it at all.
Are those the bank windows that you're talking about when you say the building?
Probably,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
yep, the only liberty Fabian took was putting the water tower a little closer than it
Okay.
actually is, but the rest of it's also scaled in the photo.
Okay, well, thank you, and in
Thanks.
appreciation, we have $50 in Arlington dollars to be spent right here in Arlington, so
And I live here, so that's
congratulations.
why
Thank you very much, Kim.
Thank
and,
you.
I don't know if
Rich,
it's,
do you want?
I don't know if it's gonna work in front. You can stand in front there, but
We're just
I
right
don't
here.
think that's gonna work.
Actually, why don't you get closer, I'll see.
You know what? Maybe we should get more in the corner.
Okay.
I'll move that flag.
No, it's okay. We need to go.
Need to come over here, Kurt?
Yeah, that's good enough. Okay.
Or we don't have to take a picture at all, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Hold up those 50 Arlington dollars proudly.
Down just a little bit.
Not like this?
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Kim.
you.
Thank you.
And thank you, it's an honor.
Okay, at this time, I would like to call Jennifer Nelson forward from the Southern Minnesota Initiative Fund. She has a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to see you all again. I think I brought enough of those.
Make sure the microphone is on, the button is pushed there, so it's,
I think it's on.
all right. Yep.
And thanks for moving me up. I get to be in Winthrop in 45 minutes, so
All right.
thank you. I appreciate that. I know many of you know who Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation is, so I'll just give you a brief update. We've been around for 33 years now. McKnight Foundation started us in 1986. We continue to invest in the 20 counties in southern Minnesota. And thanks to your past support, we invest in aspiring entrepreneurs. We help kids get ready. We train our early child care providers. And we also support communities in building their resources. If I look at each year, we invest about $5 million to the region, and we do that in our 3 areas. This last year, we spent about $2 million back into our economic development work, which can be loans, grants, technical assistance programming. In your annual report this year, we highlighted one of our local food clients, and it really epitomizes how we help support entrepreneurs. So you can see she attended the Feast Marketplace event in Rochester, and she met up with a Hy-Vee buyer and started selling her products into Hy-Vee stores. From there, she received a Smart Start Initiative grant, which was a state grant that we received to help support local food entrepreneurs. So she received some one-on-one technical assistance through that. And then 5 years after some additional one-on-one training with her, she received a loan from us. So it just shows we only do 30 loans in a year, but we offer a lot of technical assistance. Oh, she's also part of our local food peer council. So she's getting a lot of technical assistance and support from other entrepreneurs who are also in the local foods business, but also professionals. Like we had Dan and Angie Bastion come and talk to our local food peer council, and they're the former owners of Angie's Kettle Corn. So we just are trying to help support the overall economic development and their growth in our region. In our economic development work, as I mentioned, we invested about $2 million last year and about $1.8 million on our early childhood work and about $1.6 on our community vitality work. In terms of economic development and what we've invested in Sibley County as a whole in the last, since 2015, we've invested about $260,000 back into, $270,000 back into Sibley County. And JIT is an example of a loan that we've done in Sibley County, but I know we've done 2 recent grants. And thanks to Amy for sharing this, because this is one of the grants that we supported with a $20,000 grant to support Sibley County and the business succession planning that they are helping businesses do. And then I know the city of Arlington also just received a $20,000 grant to support business incubator in downtown as well. So that's a little bit of our economic development work. In our early childhood work, we've invested about $50,000, and that is through our quality child care provider training. We held a training in, I'm forgetting one of the communities. Where was it? Oh, Winthrop, in November of last year, and we had 10 participants who attended, so licensed child care providers. Since we started our quality child care provider training, we've trained 700 licensed child care providers throughout the 20 counties. And we recently received dollars from DEED to help support that training and continuing that training throughout our 20 counties. We, on average right now, we have about 28% of the child care providers that go through that training go on to get parent aware rated. The state is only averaging as a whole 22%. So we're getting more of our child care providers trained on parent aware, which is the Minnesota State's quality rating system for child care providers. I know we are also applying for dollars for shovel-ready grants through DHS. We received some dollars last year, about $70,000, and we are investing in 3 child care centers and about 10 home child care providers throughout the 20 counties. And so we'll continue to look to access dollars to help support that area. We also have a book partnership with both Capstone and AGGW Publishing, and I know in our annual report stories that we're working on next year, for this past year, the annual report you'll get next year is focused on Gibbon, Fairfax, and Winthrop and the literacy grants that they've supported. So stay tuned for that. We'll release those stories shortly. And in our community vitality area, that is, we have maybe soon to be 30 community foundations under our umbrella, and Sibley County is going to sign papers to come under our umbrella at some time in the very near future, I hope. I don't know if any of you are participating in the Sibley County Foundation, but we also have Henderson is also under our umbrella, and Winthrop as well. And so we provide planned giving resources, website marketing material. We help launch a board. We do continual training, fundraising training, any trainings that they need, and then twice a year we do a networking event as well as a training event for all of our affiliate fund board members, and we have over 500 throughout the 20 counties. Not all 500 attend, but we're lucky if we get 50. So, but it's just another resource that we bring to help support our communities and our counties to grow resources so they have ready-made grant dollars. As I mentioned, we only invest $5 million in a given year, and so our community foundations, if we can help support their growth, we offer matching challenge grants, we offer matching endowment challenge grants as well to help them grow their resources. So there's dollars available in your county and in your communities. I want to thank you for your past support. I think we missed you last year, so I'm hoping you'll once again consider supporting the work that we do. We'll continue to bring resources into the region, and I know, and typically we say for every dollar we raise, we invest 10 back into the region, and that's leveraging outside dollars like DEED dollars and McKnight and Blue Cross Blue Shield to help support our programming. In Sibley County, it's $26. So for every dollar that we raise here, we're investing $26 back in. So great return on your investment. So thank you for your past support. Does anybody have any questions?
Anyone?
I
You did a
did-
good job. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. I did bring some extra material. I'll leave a few. We have a new lending brochure or business resources brochure. I'll leave a couple with Pat. And then that just talks about all of our resources. So I just tip of the iceberg on some of the resources that we have available for entrepreneurs. And then we also have all of our early childhood work located in that brochure. That just talks about the programming that we support, why we do quality child care provider training, why we're involved with the AmeriCorps federal program, things like that. So just more information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Very much.
At this time, we will go to item 12, which you also moved up on the agenda. Review the correspondence hemp heaven with proposal to purchase 22 acres of land owned by the EDA.
Council members, I'll give you a quick update, but I'll have Derek Bushman come up to the front just to kind of review where we are. So Mr. Bushman came to the EDA last month and is interested in acquiring the 22 acres that are located south of Northland Drying. So in response to that, you met with the EDA and the Planning Committee. At that time, we put together a list of questions that would provide further information about, what Mr. Bushman is proposing to do. I sent that out to you earlier today, and it's included in your packet, the responses to the questions. So with that said, are there any other questions, anything that you'd like to? We've got Derek here, and I know he has to leave shortly, so any questions or anything that can help you to be more informed about what he's suggesting doing with those 22 acres?
One of the questions I have is the access to the 22 acres. That seemed to be a question in the questions.
It was. I actually have an answer to that since I sent that out.
Okay,
So, we will have access from Northland through there. So
they
it
would
won't be an
allow
issue.
access to
Yeah,
that.
that
Okay.
won't-
Off
it's not an issue.
of their private road?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Smell issues.
Smell issues. I don't smell it anymore, but I know when our indoor operation, if you come in and you leave there, you will smell like hemp. I know I smell like hemp when I show up at the restaurant or something, 'cause I get strange looks when I come in. So I know there is must be a residual effect. Outside, minimal if any, but I didn't want to say there's going to be no smell. It's not an offensive smell. It's not a compost, or it's not a waste smell, but it is. And everything we do is going to be growing. It's not going to be. But yes, but there is a.
But in here it says it smelled like skunk.
Yeah, it's not going to smell like skunk.
And the smell, is it at a certain time in the growing process, or is it the whole time?
It's as the plants would get, and like indoors, it's just as the plants get bigger, older, it gets larger.
What about utilities, sewer, water, electric, gas?
Normal use for a normal greenhouse.
Okay,
We have talked to Northland, we may be able to reclaim some heat and some steam from over there,
okay.
but otherwise it's just normal. The light bill will be large. There will be a.
The what will?
Light, we will have grow lights in the greenhouse as well for the winter time.
So you're planning on putting the utilities,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Is there any other places like this around here?
Well, we have one in Wisconsin. Where we had them in separate buildings. We're building the exact same right now in Wisconsin, where it's a grow building with the labs and the offices and everything in the center. And we'll have, to start, 4 greenhouses coming out the sides and eventually 8 greenhouses on both sides. We'll do the start in the middle, and then as the plants get to a certain size, we'll move them into the greenhouses.
So will most of the growing be done indoors?
Yes, yeah, if we do have land, that was one of the other issues, and it's not really an issue, but if there's excess land, we would like to have it zoned so we could grow outdoors as well. you know, it's a crop where you can grow quite a bit on 10 acres.
How many acres does the site plan that you would have for your buildings take up?
I would say it would take up about 7 of those 17 acres. The building?
Right, the
Yes.
building portions?
Right. Mhm.
And you are aware that there likely is gonna be some wetland that's gonna be identified?
Yes.
And you're willing to deal with that?
Work around it, yeah. Yeah, and all those, I mean, all the, I don't wanna call them the technical questions, but I did not see any issue in any of those. Just seemed normal to me.
So, as far as putting utilities in and such, are you looking for the city to cost share? Are you looking to do that yourself, or what are you, what are?
I am not sure of that answer. I mean, I'm assuming we'll put them in, but I don't want, the city's willing to help, we would also.
Sure, well, of
help.
course.
But, right,
Well, I was just curious on what your thoughts were, so, I mean, your intentions are putting them in.
yes, putting them in.
I believe that parcel currently is serviced by Minnesota Valley Electric. Is that something you can work with, or would you work towards getting that to be city electricity?
What is the Northland property, is that city?
That's city.
I guess I'd prefer it be the same, but we can work with either.
Okay,
That doesn't
okay.
matter.
Yeah. Well, there may be some maybe some advantages to working with Minnesota Valley in that if a lot of electrical usage is gonna be at night, they do have advantageous programs for that off-peak rates, so. And I'm not sure what the process is for, for bringing city in there versus having Minnesota Valley.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, the electric service areas are somewhat under the control of the state agencies, I think, Public Utilities Commission primarily,
Okay.
PUC, and, sorry, yes. And my recollection is that years ago, the city did take in some area from one of our surrounding electric co-ops, and it had to be approved at the state agency. And then I think there was some kind of a buyout where we essentially had to reimburse the co-op for a certain number of years of their lost profit. We're kind of a unique situation. We actually touch on 3 separate rural electric co-ops, different places around the city limits. But I'm sure you're correct, it's MVAC in the southern region. So it can be done, but there is a somewhat complicated procedure we have to go through.
I'd like to hear more about the employees that you plan on employing, how many, and full-time, part-time, the whole spectrum there, please.
Right now, and I'm gonna compare it to exactly the facility we have in Wisconsin. We have, it's growing, so there are times where there's a lot of employees, there's times where you're sitting and watching plants grow. So it would, at the height, we would have, right now I'm just talking about the greenhouse, the initial plan. The indoor grow, we would probably have 10 employees full-time, year-round, because we plan on growing year-round, plan on growing 3 crops a year, at least 3 crops a year. At certain times when we're transplanting, that number will go up to, probably double that. And then that's the people. Then we would have probably 2 or 3 managers of the operation. Not highly skilled. Anybody that can follow directions can do it. They are well paying. I mean, I think well paying. They're $15 to $20 an hour jobs. It's greenhouse work. It's growing plants. And some, once you get into the labs and stuff, a little bit scientific, a little bit more education we need for that tech school or college degree probably, but that's basically what it is. Some, some operations we don't, but some operations use, bring workers in, use migrant workers and stuff. We would assume we can get those workers here.
And then as your crop rotates, you'll have, and I have a lot of the information here,
Yeah,
but
no problem.
it's the first public meeting,
Yeah, I
so.
prefer it. I can,
Yeah,
I'm
so-
here, I'll gladly sit.
Right.
I can talk for-
I just wanna learn more, or
Mhm.
let everybody learn more a little
Okay.
bit about the whole operation, and so you said that you had 4 growing seasons, or 4,
3, yeah. So
3 or 4.
it's basically, the varieties we use are about 110-day growing season, so we can get 3. The outdoor crop comes in October, and that's when the price drops. It's seasonal. Everybody's outdoor crop comes in at the same time. So we will not be harvesting indoors at that time. That'll be our maintenance and getting everything back up but then we'll start immediately thereafter. And the first season we'll probably grow seedlings and clones for other farmers to put in the outdoor crop. And then for the 2 other crop cycles, we'll grow indoors crops to sell. I mean, so we grow it indoors to completion and extract or cut the plants and sell for end product.
Okay, and then drying or finishing or,
Right, so, and that's it,
Doing
some
that
other,
piece.
so we will, and right now, there's a lot of small farmers, 5, 10, 20 acre farmers in Wisconsin, and the farmers can't, if you're growing 5 acres, you can't afford to have a big harvester, a big dryer, and some shucking operations. So we will provide that for, I'm not really co-op, because we'll do it basically for a fee, but we'll provide, we'll help you harvest your crop, help you dry your crop, and but you got to bring it through us, and then we'll sell your crop, obviously, and that'll be, and then we'll also provide you seed or seedlings, and we'll start growing seedlings for them in the greenhouse. That'll be the winter grow, and so that's what we would do as far as providing services to people outside of our farm ourselves. And we got a group in Worthington that's I don't got it right, and verbally committed to come up and dry with us and co-op with us for selling their hemp with us as well.
and all that process will be done at your facility, or is the process gonna be done with Northland, the drying and that
The
sort of thing?
drying may
with
be done at Northland. The
Mhm.
drying may be, and I'll tell you, with our product, it's gonna smell a lot better than the stuff they're running through there now, which doesn't bother me at all, but it's, but yeah, it will be run through. The drying would be they got a dryer that will absolutely work for that.
Now, my understanding was hemp is dried with a low temperature. Isn't the dryer that they have used for potatoes dried at a high temperature?
Absolutely. They're drying right now at 700 to 900 degrees.
Yeah,
Hemp will dry it at 105 to 120 and at a slow and low.
okay.
But their dryer can be lower. They can run it
Okay.
at
All right.
that temperature.
Derek, obviously this is kind of a new emerging field with
Mhm.
hemp and different things.
Mhm.
What are you gonna do to be sustainable? And I know one of the understandings if the land is sold is that within 2 years you'll have 25 employees, and I think, was it 25 or 30 that you were
Right.
agreeing to have, but,
Sure.
how long is that gonna be sustainable? I mean, will those numbers fluctuate once this market gets further developed?
Right, so that's, right now we're farmers, that's one reason we're getting into, I'll call it processing or ancillary work. The price for the crop is going to go down. It's just inevitable with the amount of people that are starting to grow it. But that being said, the demand is huge and it's going up. I don't think it's going up as fast as the farm or the amount of crop that's being grown is increasing. But it doesn't have to. Right now, the market is, people that have crop now, if you had flowers to sell right now, you would be doing real well. And so it's going to stabilize and become a normal cash crop for and it's still better than corn. It's better than potatoes. So and it's got a ways to drop before it's still going to stay that way. So that being said, it's going to drop, but it's the market, and we grow ours for CBD. We extract it for CBD. We don't do oils or other stuff. I only do CBD, and so that's what I'm talking about when all of ours will be discussing that. And so I can see 2 or 3 years, and it's very viable, and I think it's going to stabilize and just become a normal ingredient. And I think it's going to become a normal ingredient in a lot of food products, drinks out there, which it is not technically legal for that right now. You can sell it separately, and you can put it in yourself, but that's what's going to open up. And so that being said, my background, our background, we're potato farmers, and we run a similar operation on the potato side of our operations, where we grow our own, but we also co-op and we also sell a lot more potatoes than we grow. And so we have the connections to the Walmarts, the Aldi's, the grocery stores the outlets, Quick Trip. We sell potatoes, and we anticipate doing the same thing with our hemp products. And I guess I assume that's going to happen because that's what we've done in the past. That's why I think it's viable.
Thank you.
So are you producing your own oil then? Or
We
the
do not.
CBD?
We do not.
No.
We basically grow it, and then we will have a house brand, a hemp heaven brand, but we will have that custom. Right now, we'll have it custom bottle, custom manufactured.
Well, I will just share with the council that a copy was also sent to Cynthia, our planning director, planning and zoning director, and she shared some comments on the proposal, just indicating that she was not aware of any city where they took a parcel that was zoned industrial and then took it back and zoned it agricultural. I know that's something that you had indicated a possible interest. It's maybe not a deal breaker, but possible interest. Again, she said that she's not aware that it can't be done. She's just not familiar with any places that have done it, and she questions whether that would be something that the city council would want to do, to take that back to have its own agricultural.
What would the greenhouse technically be? I mean, if you know what I mean, if the greenhouse itself, I mean, what they're doing inside is ag, but it's not working with the soil, it's in buildings. It's kind of the same thing that Ninkasi, or former Ninkasi, is planning on doing over there. So that would be separate and not agricultural, correct?
Correct, yeah.
What does that do to the tax base, going from industrial to agriculture?
Oh, I think it's less, but I don't know how much, it's a big part of it is dependent upon buildings and structures, different things.
And to bring that, the only part I would want in agriculture is the part that the buildings are not. I'm not asking for the whole thing, just, I'd like to be able to grow there as well if there's access land.
So, right, that's all you're looking for, is if there's more land you wanna be able to grow on.
Right.
So the 22-acre parcel itself sort of is a combination, I mean, part industrial, part ag, that's the way it, okay.
You're gonna find this hard to believe, Mr. Mayor, but I have a couple concerns.
All right.
Okay, number one, you know, I'd like to see kind of a site plan, how the buildings would be arranged on the property. For sure on utilities, how those are gonna be laid out and access, who's gonna pay for those? Sewer, water, electric, storm sewer if it's needed, lift stations. Access, of course, you answered that question. I think, and employees. You know, yes, I'd just like to see some of that before we continue further, or that would be part of the contingency plan on selling the property. That we'd have a site plan, a plan for utilities, access road, you know, permission from Northland Drying and
That's fine.
writing that
Yep,
they will,
none of that is.
that makes sense?
Yeah, none of that's unreasonable.
Pardon?
None of that's unreasonable. I can-
Okay. Let me see if I can come up with something unreasonable.
Well, right, I would,
I mean, I prefer that to be, I'll put it this way, I prefer that to be a contingency to getting it done, as opposed to drawing this out and keep coming back, because at some point in time, we gotta get going, so we can get something in for this, if we plan on growing this winter.
I think, you know, whatever buildings you plan to build or greenhouses or, you know, have our building inspector take a look at the plans, make sure that they're within the codes and
Sure.
what has to be done. I'd rather keep the horse in front of the cart than get it behind the cart.
I'm concerned about the smell yet. We get, you know, it took a long time to settle, and I don't know if we're settled yet with the project, the other project. And I don't wanna have to be able, or have to go through that again.
I don't know how to answer that other than, I'd invite you out to our place in Wisconsin, you can come and see it. If I walked across that building, and it was from this building, you wouldn't smell it. Now, if I have it in the field, you'd smell it across the road, but you won't smell it, 2 blocks away.
Yeah, and I think we're concerned about our residences that are close by, you know, where the 22 acres is somewhat removed from the residential area, but still, those types of things drift into the residential
Yeah,
area.
but it's not, that's, I answered the question because if I'm not gonna say there's no smell, there is a smell, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
I would invite you, or anybody, to come and take a ride. It's a little
Okay,
ride, but
well, we appreciate your honesty about that.
what town is that in, or?
Wausau, near Wausau.
Now, you said you have some facilities in Wisconsin
Yeah.
that are up and running now.
Yes.
Could you give us some phone numbers of the neighbors of your facilities?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Some good ones and bad ones?
Well, I'll get it.
They might be all good.
They're all good. We are
Okay,
good.
all right.
We are good neighbors.
Now, are you currently licensed to, I mean, do you have a business presence in Minnesota, are you currently licensed
We
to?
are not.
You
Well,
are not, Okay.
We are licensed in Wisconsin.
okay.
I'm the city attorney.
Sure.
Is licensing an issue? I mean, is there a high threshold to get licensed in Minnesota?
No, it's not. No, it's basically simple paperwork.
Okay. I was gonna ask that question because I did look at the state list and you weren't on there, so.
No.
Oh, okay.
So Derek, what's your, in Wausau, Wisconsin, what, is there involvement with the community, or how does,
So
what's
actually,
the type of relationship
so
that you
actually
have
the,
with the city?
I always say Was because that's what people know. It's Edgar,
Okay.
Wisconsin. That would be where the home farm is, and that would be, that's the name on the sign on the front would be Heil Ginseng. And then the actual grow, our actual outdoor grow is in Mosinee, Wisconsin. And which is, and it's just it's very similar to this location. It is just outside the city limits, right next to the city ballpark and stuff, and we're, I mean, you know, brought all the city people out there, gave them a spiel on hemp versus pot, and we're, you know, talk to everybody, and everybody's on board. They get it, they like it.
So the one you said, was it, how do you say that one? The
Which
last
one?
one? The outdoor
Mosinee.
one?
Mosinee.
That one's already up and running?
Yeah,
And
that's
they
where,
have-
that's where our
Right.
field
And
is.
that's an outdoor,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
close to city limits?
Yeah,
So I mean,
it borders the city ballpark, right?
Right.
And fire station, it's right there.
okay.
Any other questions from the council?
What do we do from here next?
What do we do from here next? Well, I guess if we feel that we have as much information as we need, we would probably take a step to move ahead and instruct our city attorney to draw up a purchase agreement. If we're at the point we want to make that decision.
I have a feeling that there's probably some residents in the audience that would like
They'll
to have
have their
some
chance,
answers,
yeah.
question.
Yep, they will have their chance.
Well, I would like to hear from them before I weigh in on my decision.
Okay, well, if no one has any more questions for Mr. Bushman, we will ask at this time if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in regard to the proposal. Yes. Please come forward and use the microphone, and thank you, Mr. Bushman.
You want me to stay or-
You can stay, you may be able to answer some of their concerns. Yep.
Lisa Passvogel, Arlington. I had sent all of you an email a few days back, whenever it was, with a lot of the questions that they have asked you. One of my biggest concerns is you are a board member of Northland Drying, and we have never gotten any straight answers from Northland, so part of my question is, how are we to believe that everything you're saying is actually gonna happen, like you're saying? And like 30 full-time equivalent jobs, you mentioned the word migrants. If it's migrants, that's not bringing, you did say migrants on some of those jobs.
I did not say, I also said, I don't wanna get in an argument. I also said, we don't use, we weren't bringing migrants in.
Okay, cause
I heard him say that.
Yeah.
30 full-time equivalent jobs, and then you did say, and I've done a lot of reading also, that when the harvest, you might need more. But that isn't, 30 full-time equivalent isn't technically bringing 30 full-time jobs into Arlington, or as you stated, even 20 year-round, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And my other question was about the smell. I understand in the greenhouse, it's probably not an issue. The reading and research I've done are the outdoor grows, and the one seed in Oregon, their school was smelling it a quarter of a mile away. So how can you guarantee that the residents that are within a quarter mile from the field that you would like to do outdoor growing on aren't gonna have to deal with that smell? And you may be used to it, I don't like skunk smell. I was just in San Francisco and a guy got on the bus and he was smoking pot and it smells like skunk, and it's strong, and it's not very nice. I like having my windows open, and a lot of the harvest, from what I've read, is usually like September, October, November, when we like to be opening our windows. And And I guess I'm just asking the city council that before you take any steps, maybe wait a little while, because if I'm not mistaken, there's already a hemp field growing out past Hagemiller's. And maybe come harvest time, that's within a quarter of a mile of that neighborhood out there. Maybe get a better idea if there is a smell that's gonna affect the residents before you just go ahead and say, here you go. I think the Arlington EDA dropped the ball with Northland with not getting a lot of questions answered before they just let them do whatever. And I kinda have a feeling that's the same thing. I did talk to one of the Arlington EDA members, and a lot of these questions weren't even asked. So I think a lot of this should get answered before you decide to just basically give them 22 acres of city land with not knowing exactly what's gonna happen. And I don't know if there's something you can put in a contract that, okay, a year from now, if there's issues, we can have it back, or I don't know anything legally about that kind of thing. But there's gotta be some plan in place, because, and nothing against you, but I do know you're on the board of Northland, and we don't get any straight answers from Northland. I mean, not saying you personally, but not much faith in anybody that's connected, which Hemp Heaven is pretty much connected to Northland, so I
Okay.
just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the council in regard to the 22-acre parcel proposal? Yes. Just please state your name for the record.
I'm Dave Sywick. I own the Arlington warehouse building and some adjacent land to the
Okay,
property.
could you speak up just a little bit, please?
I own the Arlington warehouse building and some adjacent property there by the trailer court and stuff. My concerns, as Mr. Highland brought up, was access to the property that you guys are proposing. There was talk about having the road by Northland Drawing not be a truck route anymore, and they would come in off 5 across our property. So I was thinking that maybe should be addressed if that's gonna be a thing. And then that could help with your sewer and water access too, if that became a city street. So that, I think, should be addressed as part of this deal. And then the other thing that's more important, I just, everyone knows that we are in our building, a renter wants to do a similar operation. And we're getting a lot of problems from the city, about him operating there in our building. And I just find it odd or suspect or really, I question how, I'm pro-business, I want everybody to succeed, but why perhaps a competing business is buying some land or getting land for free from the city of Arlington, and then the same city, it's different, or the same city is giving our guy in our building a really hard time to even get going to operate. So I find that suspect at the minimum. So I'm thinking that there's a few things that need to be addressed for that property, and I hope somebody builds there, and I hope they have 50 jobs, and everybody's happy, and there's no smell. But I think there's some conflicts here, and we gotta get that figured out, the road access and the conflict of a competing business to our renter wanting to get a free piece of land from the city. It's just real
Frustrating.
yeah, it don't make sense. Now I kinda see why we're getting such a hard time, kinda. You can think that in your mind. I don't know if it's true, and it's probably not, but I feel it kind of,
I feel ya.
yeah.
Are you
everybody-
talking
I get
about
you.
the pushback from the building inspector in regards to processing hemp in that 60,000 square foot building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I had a long talk with the building inspector, and
Well, I know we're gonna get to our stuff later,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
at-
I
at
understand where you're-
minimum, it's a conflict.
Okay, all right.
In
Thank
my-
you.
In my opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I guess we will move on then. Something that, thanks, Derek. Thanks, Derek. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the council on any subject? We usually give people 5 minutes to air anything that they have. Mr. Reitz.
My name's Kurt Reitz, I'm from Arlington. I'm not here to talk about hemp, but I'm not here to talk about Northland Drying, and it doesn't mean they're not important subjects. I'm here to talk about sewage backup in basements, which probably isn't as interesting. And I'm gonna approach it from a point of, I've been involved with the city for over 30 years. I've been working in water and wastewater systems for over 40. And I'm gonna approach it from the aspect of, we know we have a problem. And I'll guarantee you that problem isn't gonna be solved in my lifetime. I worked with communities all over the state. I know a community that's a third the size of Arlington and has invested over $7 million in their infrastructure. And their flow increases by 15 times when it rains. So it's not an easy subject. What I'm gonna approach it from standpoint is from operations. What do we do to try to minimize the impact on our residents' basements? Mine being one of them. I didn't have flooding this last time, otherwise I would be in a lot different mood. Number one, and I give you guys all a copy of this, I got 4 simple things. Assign somebody to be responsible to routinely check the cattle wash stations and other possible open connections at the fairgrounds, including the dump station, entryways to the bathroom. Caps need to be in place. Sandbags can be put on the drains. Somebody needs to be assigned to check it. This has been going on for over 30 years. Portable pumps can be set up at the lift station to bypass and relieve excess flows to protect homes from basement damage and flooding. I'm going to mention People Service's name, and this has got nothing against People Service's qualifications. But I called People Service Lee Forest Sierra after a heavy rain on June 16th, 2018, told them the alarm was going off at the lift station. I was told they're aware of it. There was never any pumping done. It just backed up in people's basements. I called your alarm, your on-city call phone, July 5th, 2019. Talked to the on-call person, and I told them the lift station alarm was on. They said both times these people told me, we're aware of it, and we're monitoring it. No relief pumping was ever done. Instead, we backed up basements with sewage. When I brought up my concerns in June 2016 to the city engineer about removing the pipe underneath the school for the new school building, the engineer brought up in an email to me dated June 8th, 2016, that a temporary pump could be put up at the lift station to alleviate excess flooding. You bypass onto the ground, you notify the MPCA, you go through a release bypass report, but you alleviate the problem of the water going in basements. It's never been done. People Service could calculate sewer main elevations in the flooding area and tie them back to basement elevations in the houses. Take that line over to a manhole, over to a lift station, and when the water gets up to a certain level, you start bypass pumping. I help out in the city of New Auburn. We bypass pumped June 5th, July 5th that night. We had 0 backups. We acted proactively. We started bypass pumping before the water got high enough in the sewer system. It works in other towns. June 2014, there was a manhole. If you guys remember that rainstorm, it was about 6-7 inches. I had sewage in my basement just as many other people did. June 14th, we found that down by the creek, down by the cemetery, there was a manhole that was pushed off the top, and there was runoff creek water and fish entering the system. Evidently, this has been verified that this happened again on July 5th, or it was found on July 5th. Somebody needs to be assigned to routinely walk that area because that field is farmed. It's, I think they take hay off of it with equipment. It's going to continue to get hit. And if it's hit, it's going to take creek water directly into the system. Somebody needs to be assigned, whether it's weekly, every 2 weeks, once a month. Make somebody responsible for it. And the final one, at my house, we had backup flooding when we bought our house in August of 1979, and again in June 2014, both after a 5 to 7 inch rainfall event. Now, from what I've been talking to people, they've had backup again with much smaller rain events, not 5 to 6 inch rains, 2, 3, 4 inch rains in the past years. If you remember, I brought up about the Chandler Street sanitary sewer pipe that was authorized to be removed under where the school now sits. And that removing that could cause issues because it was acting as a relief pipe. When the interceptor line going to the lift station gets so high, it would come up to that line, it would run out. When I brought this up, the city engineer just worked to discredit me, and I guess maybe that's his job, I don't really care. He said it wasn't needed. Something has changed in the past 3 to 4 years. Would anybody agree that maybe that has something to do with it? It's too late now, but people need to start listening to some people that have experience with your system. I like other people, played my approximately $12,000 assessment bill in my house with my street project, and I love what I have. I love my curb and gutter, I love my sidewalk, I love my street. I put another $8,500 into my basement for waterproofing because I didn't want one single gallon leaking into my basement and going down the city sanitary sewer. So I've invested just about $20,000. So now you see the passion, why I do not want sewage in my basement. I would have been lucky. Not like the last 12 people, you being one of them. It's gotta stop. We're not gonna find a problem, but we can at least use our staff and we can monitor these things operationally and try to alleviate them. I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank
I
you
would
for
agree
your,
with everything you have there.
Thanks, Kurt.
Every bit of it.
thanks, Kurt.
There's no reason we can't do it all.
Is there anyone else wishes to speak to the council at this time on a non-agenda item? Is this a different item than?
Yes.
Okay, make it 5 minutes or less, please.
Okay. Real quick, just wondering what you guys have decided to do regarding Northland with, there's been many noise complaints again. Now we don't have the sound equipment, it's gone. So the noise is still an issue. And in my opinion, have enough data that something should be able to be done. And then I also wanted to touch base with the situation that happened on Friday night at the fair. I talked to Pat today regarding our building inspector. I believe a building inspector is set to do a particular job, and unfortunately this has to do with Northland again. As I stood there and listened to one of the employees of Northland Drying talking to our building inspector, and comments from the building inspector were, yeah, well, good thing I didn't come back out in January, it really would have been trouble. I know I gave you guys a lot more time to fix this, but you're a new business, you've been doing a lot out there. Now, I have a building permit on my door right now because I'm getting new windows. I mean, there's certain things you're supposed to follow. So for our building inspector to be lenient against a company that already hasn't followed the rules or been a good neighbor, and to speak about it in public,
Okay.
and
I'm going to interrupt you there. I don't like to see someone personally attacked without them being here to defend themselves.
well, I was hoping he would be here actually.
Okay, but he's not.
He
Okay.
had plans on being here, he
Okay.
had another meeting.
Okay.
He said, I'm gonna try my hardest to get here if I can get away from the other meeting. I spoke to him this afternoon.
Okay,
So this council doesn't act on
Okay.
he says, she says items.
well, I was right there, so I just wanted to
Okay.
bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on a topic that hasn't been talked about yet? All right. Let's move along to announcements.
I will go very quickly through these, knowing that we've got a number of people in the audience, so thank you for your patience. Arlington Farmers Market, Monday evenings through September 23rd, right here at the Arlington Community Center from 4 to 6:30. The Minnesota Municipal Utilities Association is having their annual conference August 19th through 21st at Breezy Point Resort. If any council members are interested in attending, please let me know. A big event coming up on August 6th, tomorrow night, Arlington Night Out, which is being hosted by the Arlington Police Department from 5 to 7:30 at Four Seasons Park. Ben Winchester is presenting Moving In, Moving Out, Moving Over on August 7th from 5:30 to 7 here at the Arlington Community Center. All residents and neighboring communities
Everybody needs to be there.
are invited to participate. Jim would like to
Very-
see you there.
Very dynamic speaker.
Pardon me?
Very dynamic
Yes.
speaker.
Yep, he comes with rave reviews, so please, if you are available, come to that presentation. Leading Sibley Together is recruiting participants for the 2019-20 Leadership Program. Please go to the county website and submit an application by August 9th. Minnesota Department of Transportation is presenting a highway investment plan. That'll be August 27th, 9:30 in the morning at the Sibley County Commissioners meeting in the courthouse. The city offices will be closed on Monday, September 2nd for Labor Day. Because of that, we will be having the council meeting on Wednesday, September 4th. Last but not least, the University of Minnesota has a Connecting Entrepreneurial Communities. It's a conference that will be occurring in Waseca, September 5th through 6th. Economic development individuals and others are encouraged to attend. Those are the announcements for today's council meeting.
Okay, any questions on the announcements? Hearing none, we'll move on to communications. Item B, People Service, June Water Operations and Maintenance Report.
In your packet, council, you can see that People Services has been working on a number of different routine maintenance and operations, in addition to which they are doing some recycling out there at the water treatment facility. As you can see, we got a check there in the amount of $200 and $227.20. So thank you to People Services for continuing to work to clean up those shops that we have out there. Any questions on the report?
June Financial?
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to, that did not
Scratch
get,
it? Okay.
we'll have to scratch that one, I apologize. That did not get completed due to work, other work.
MMPA Annual Report.
For those of you who were not able to attend, several individuals did attend the Minnesota Municipal Power Agency meeting that we had. It was a wonderful opportunity. We actually were able to sit at a table with Derek Hahn, who is the basically the CEO of
The big
Avance.
cheese.
Yes, the big cheese. So I think he said that this is the first time he's ever sat with Arlington folks, and so we
We impressed him, I think.
we had a good conversation and had some great discussion about different things, possibilities in Arlington. So enclosed is an annual report. If you have any questions or anything, feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, any questions on the MMPA report right now? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 8, Arlington Fire Department.
I'd like to invite Tim Hagemiller and Spencer forward to review the report with us.
Good evening, fellas.
Thank you. So included in your packet is the SC 18 forms, and it's a report that annually goes out. I'll let Tim and Spencer go into more detail on what exactly those.
And I apologize, I actually mistyped it, it was the SC19, it's this year's
Nope.
model of it, so apologies for that one. Basically, it's that SC19 just spells out everybody that is in the department, what their pension benefits are and things like that, and where you're gonna be at for the next, I think it's 3 years out in front, based at the current level that we're at this year. I know that there was discussion and there's been things passed about, and this would actually be the third year, the third step that we talked about 3 years ago. And that was one of the things I wanted to discuss with you guys, is to make sure that that's on the docket and gets done before January 1st. Like it was this year, that was great. Makes my life a lot easier turning in all the reports. Because this is all run by the audit seal of the Auditor of Minnesota people, so. Other than that, if you guys had any questions about the SC19 or anything you don't fully understand, otherwise I think we're up to 30 people as of right now on the department, so, the very last thing I have is, I know every year you guys contribute to the pension things. It was a little more than $100 or whatever a person. I'm not sure what it is at this year, but I know you guys have that, and I just wanted to graciously ask that you guys would continue to do that again this year, so I'll leave that in your hands. I know typically we've gotten that when we get our state aid checks, so. But yeah, other than that, everything's doing well, the funds are doing well, everybody's paid up and good, and we did have one person that pulled out, took his retirement out this year, but other than that, it's been pretty nothing happening kind of thing, so.
The only other thing on the relief side of things, 3 of us went to school for to get our gambling license for the Relief Association, which this is all part of it. And Aaron Wish is the one that took the test, and he's one of the few that has aced the test in the state of Minnesota.
Whoa.
So we're very glad for that. So it's great to have some pull tabs going again. We're at the Arlington house with it right now, that the pull tab machines are. And last Wednesday we went live with electronic pull tabs. And believe it or not, that has, as of the 3 days that we've been live with pull tabs, it's had close to 1,600, played over 1,600 times already in 3 days. So we're off to hopefully a good start and keep it rolling for us, which will help revenues for us to help offset a lot of things we do. So yeah, we're glad to be back in the gambling business, which we haven't been since what, the 70s or early 80s.
Wow.
Free fire truck in 5
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
At 30, are you fully staffed at 30?
Yes. Yep. Right now we got a great group of guys. They just finished their training here this spring, and now they're learning how we do things. And yeah, it's good to see them come out. It's 5 new guys, so it's been a great turnaround. Yes, it's good to
And I
see.
don't wanna confuse you guys anymore in your yard, but,
Just Tom.
Thanks,
Just Tom, yeah.
I believe Mr. Zask and John is coming to talk, I think next meeting here, about more with the fire department part of it. This is just more about the relief side of things.
Part of
so,
it, sure,
yeah, just so you guys know,
Okay.
we're aware.
Mm-hmm. They are 2 different
They
organizations.
are
Totally
two
two different
different
organizations, yeah. In one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 9, July Maintenance Department, Mr. Weckworth. Good evening, Kirby.
Hi, good evening. Okay, I'll get right into her. Just a list of things we've been up to and have gotten done. Soffit underneath the Four Seasons shelter is finished. We got that done. A lot of weed spraying in the streets and parks. The last month and a half, that's done, or caught up with anyways. Wood chips in our parks, got that done. Storm damage, had a couple pretty bad storms, left us with quite a bit of cleanup with chainsawing and chipping and sweeping the streets and fixing up parks. So that took up a week and a half of our time at least on that. There's some storm drain damage that needs to be repaired. It's relatively minor stuff that Litzow is going to get at eventually here when he has time. Street lights, just a quick update on that. Sounds like we can expect a loan approval at sometime in August at MVEC's next meeting, I guess is what I understood from that email, Pat,
Yeah,
the way it sounds.
towards the end of the month.
Towards the end of the month of August. Okay.
We've been trying to move it as fast as we can, but they have monthly meetings and processes that they have to go through, so
Sure.
everything is all lined up, it's just a matter of them acting upon it.
Okay. Children at play signs, I know I was asked about that for Meadowlark. I got those up now on the same post as the speed limit signs. We've been pruning shrubs at buildings and other properties, and here at the community center, we had a little trouble with our dry system, sprinkler system up in the attic in the main room. We found, I think it was 3 or 4 leaks, just little pinhole leaks, and that drains the air system and then we get an on-call call from Summit, and we gotta deal with that, make sure it gets pumped back up. Summit was good to work with, they got here right away, we located the leaks, and as of now, they're plugged. They have to get here yet and fix them. But everything is holding there as of now. In our parks, we purchased stall mats, or really heavy-duty rubber mats that farmers will use in barns to actually place under our swings, and that keeps us, in line legally as far as a kid falling. They get dug out so bad under the swings, and we just can't keep up with keeping the material in there. So a good way, a lot of cities I've seen use these stall mats. So we purchased a pallet of those, and we're in the middle of getting those to under our swings right now, and that will be a nice thing to have. 2nd Avenue and 2017 street project is seal coated. I've been working on the budget for CIP. I've been doing some mosquito spraying. We're in the midst of our crosswalk painting around town, and Carrie Kester, our part-time help for the summer, she's doing that. She also painted all the benches in the parks and some signs in the parks as well. And in the future, I'm gonna be trying to tackle some curb and sidewalk repair and replacement. Working on getting signs up on Main Street signs. Continue to kind of hash out budget stuff for next year, and hopefully sooner than later get out some tree work. I've got a long list of trees that we need to prune and take down, so that's kind of what I have for now.
Any questions for Kirby? Sounds like you've been busy.
What are we doing on the street lights?
We're waiting on that loan to get.
Waiting on the loan from Minnesota Valley
Yep.
Electric.
Why don't you just write out a check until we get the loan? No?
I wish it was that easy.
He will as soon as
It
you
would
sell your
bounce.
house and give him the money.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
So are you, as far as the loan, once that's approved, are you ready to go on that?
Yeah, we can run
Okay.
it. We have to pass it through the council yet, correct?
We've
I
got,
can't quite recall.
we've got bids. At one time, we were anticipating the cost to be over 200,000, and it's come down to purchase lights as well as install a portion of them. Kirby is working with Mike, is going to do some of the installation, but the cost is going to be 120,000. And so we can qualify for a 75% loan through MVEC. It'll be a 10-year loan, interest-free. And so later this evening, we'll be approving a resolution expressing our interest in moving ahead with that. At the end of this month is when MVEC will review that and approve us. So we'll be the first. At one time, I thought that they had done these for several other businesses, but we are the first one to go that route. So it's a program that's just reserved for, I believe, public sector.
So once they approve it, is our resolution that we're gonna act on tonight enough to give them authority, to give Kirby
Yes.
and whatever authority to go ahead and order the lights?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
We should have the money will be made available to us in the first part of September.
Okay.
So I would obviously wait until then to commit to anything.
Yeah.
But, the money will be available at that time now. So.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Kirby.
Yep. Kirby,
Oh, Kirby?
I'll need 30 chairs tomorrow night. You could,
I think Heidi's getting those.
okay.
She just asked for picnic tables from us.
Oh, all right.
She didn't say anything about chairs. We'll be ready though if you need them.
Okay.
Oh, for the band, huh? For
Yeah.
the over 60 band?
Yeah, we'll be squaring up with her tomorrow to make sure we're ready to go.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be around all day.
Okay.
All right, moving on to the resolutions.
First item that we have, council members, is regarding the planning and zoning issues that we've been dealing with recently. There have been two issues that were requested by Jeannie Beerson. One was to allow her to install or put up a fence in the front yard. The second one was to give her a variance to allow her to put a deck, move it from a side yard into what would be the front yard, and approximately 2 feet would extend out into the setback requirements. So the Planning and Zoning Committee initially denied both of those requests. It came to the council. At the council meeting, Jeannie Beerson presented a couple pages of information, at which time the council then said that this should go back to Planning and Zoning for further review. Upon further review, now it's coming back to you here tonight. The recommendation that was made by the Planning and Zoning Committee was to go ahead and approve the deck variance. I think the fact that changed their mind was the height of the deck. It's about a foot, less than a foot.
Sits on the ground. Yep.
Off the ground. So they have changed their decision on that, and they are continuing to deny the fence variance simply because a variance cannot be made for something that we currently do not allow by ordinance. So those are the two recommendations in front of you. You are able to, vote any way you see fit on both of those items.
So resolution 37-2019, resolution A is to approve the fence variance. Resolution 37-2019B is to deny the variance. And just a reminder that it's in ordinance that there are no front yard fences, so I would encourage someone to.
I'd like to make a
Present.
motion, if I could.
Yes.
37-2019B, resolution denying the fence variance at 401 Westbrook Street.
Second.
Resolution 37-2019B was introduced by Councilmember Batchor, second by Councilmember Highland, and that is a resolution denying the variance for placement of a fence at 401 Brook Street West in the city of Arlington. Any further discussion? Hearing none, vote by roll call. Councilmember Yashewski.
Yes.
Councilmember Hattlestead.
Yes.
Councilmember Batchor.
Yes.
Councilmember Highland.
Yes.
Councilmember Cowell.
Yes.
5 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just expound on that a little bit. From what I read, in order to get the fences in the front yards of houses, we would have to change the ordinance.
That's correct. That's correct.
I would like to see the planning and zoning.
They are
work-
working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they were discussing doing.
By
this,
God,
that,
they're
and the
ahead of
thing.
me.
They're ahead. of you.
Wow.
Yeah, no, they are looking at that,
Okay, good.
so.
So once that's planned, she will be able to come back. and-
She could come back and.
If they.
If they would
it,
change
yeah.
it, it's favorable to her, yes,
Got it.
yes. Okay, resolution 38-2019, and that deals with the deck variance. Again, resolution 38-2019A is to approve the deck variance. Resolution 38-2019 is to deny the deck variance.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 38-2019A to approve the deck variance at 401 Westbrook Street.
Seconded.
Resolution introduced by Councilmember Hattlestead, second by Councilmember Yashewski. And that is a resolution that would be approving the two for placement of a deck on the street side yard setback at 401 Brook Street West, City of Arlington. Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote by roll call. Councilmember Cowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Highland.
Yes.
Councilmember Batchor.
Yes.
Councilmember Yashewski.
Yes.
Councilmember Hattlestead.
Yes.
5 voting in favor, none opposed, the resolution is adopted. All right. We've got some people in the audience that I think probably are waiting patiently, and if with the council's permission, I would like to move them up from new business before we get into ordinances and some other things that we can handle on our own. But we do need their input, and unless I hear opposition, I would like to move item 20, decision about property in west end of former Seneca building. Open that up for discussion.
Council, I know that this has been a hot topic lately, and I just wanted to make you aware of where we currently are with regards to that. Darren Haslip, our building inspector, has been having some discussions and working diligently to try and get an opportunity for several people to sit down and talk with the state fire marshal's office regarding an email that had been received regarding the flammability of hemp. This, I think, Darren has been working, trying to get that meeting scheduled since Thursday or Friday of last week. At this time, I don't believe that we have any specific date scheduled. It was a challenge with the state fire marshal being out of town the end of last week, and my hope was that we could get something scheduled today, and I do not believe that meeting has been set yet. But the issue is the fact that the former Seneca building, the west half of it is not sprinklered, and he believes that because of the proposed use for safety purposes, it should be sprinkled. And I think part of that was based on the communication that came from the state fire marshal on that issue. So that's where it's at today. I don't think that I'm alone in saying that the city certainly would like to have a business in Arlington, and that we are hoping that it can be resolved. It's not happening as quickly as we would like, but we haven't given up on it at this time. Still working to get something resolved, so.
Any input from the gentlemen that are here representing that topic? I know Mr. Sywick has spoke his mind already, but if someone else wants, yes.
Please.
And again, keep in mind, this is sort of out of our hands right now. It's between our building inspector and the state fire marshal. So those are the authorities that are controlling right now.
Yeah, I'm John Benke from Remax Advantage Plus. I'm the real estate broker. I think a lot of you guys know who I am. But I guess what I'm asking from the city to do is something, short term, give him some at minimum. If we do have some kind of, no matter what happens with this fire marshal thing, if we keep digging, we're going to find some things, and that's what kind of happened. Because we were here at the meeting, the emergency meeting we had 3 weeks ago. We gave them everything we needed to do, got approval, but we uncovered another thing, and it's just frustrating in my shoes because, there's been a lot of talk about Northland drying, but there was a lot of things that were not in compliance. The final inspection just happened weeks ago. They've been there for 2 years. Why are we doing this to this person and not to the other one? So there may be a number of other things. We have the sprinkler issue right now, but there's probably going to be something else down the road. My point is, there's a lot of things, it's unfair treatment of what we gave them. There was years given to Northland Drying, and right now, Dan, the Fenn Biotech, is not needing anything from the city. He's just afraid. So it's just frustrating to watch where they went and just, after they did it, they got permission, but I was in the building during construction, and the other comments about it, you know, I know there's other safety issues potentially. If you dig into it, you could find them over there too. So it's completely unfair treatment. Inconsistent. He hasn't even started yet. He has, they're treating him, there's a fear because you see what happened over here that he's gonna do that, and you didn't give him a chance.
Go ahead if you want to respond.
Well, I know, I'm just wondering, at the meeting we had a couple, 3 weeks ago,
Yep.
you were gonna get a architect to draw up a plan. Was that ever done?
Yeah, so Jim, we gave everything that we said. I remember I was sitting here, Darren was sitting here. I said, if we hired an architect, I'll give everybody up to speed. We brought an architect in who, you know, he basically stated he knew what the inspector was asking for. So he said, you know, here are the deliverables he needs, and Darren said, yes, I need someone with this skill set, is what his exact words. And again, I don't want to bring him in here, he's not here. But we had deliverables from the meeting. We gave them to him on the timeline, and now we're still not going after that meeting. We get, everything was.
So the architect gave the plans
To the building
inspector?
Yeah, so that's where it's frustrating, because I said to Darren, again, he's not here, but why would we have hired an architect? Like, we brought him here, Jim, you were there.
Right.
If we weren't gonna do what he said, why would we even spend the money and time doing it? If we weren't gonna approve it.
So he signed off on the plan that this would work for what you
Yeah,
guys are trying to do?
he had to classify the building, if you remember that, in that situation, that meeting we were in.
So I have a question or
Yep.
whatever. I didn't know a lot about it. I got caught up a little bit last week. I talked to you, and then I talked to a lot of others. What I understand right now at this point or whatever, that I guess there's still unanswered questions with the meeting that should take place with the fire marshal. But as of right now, the business could use like 12,000 square feet of that building.
So I'm not sure where
Is that
this started.
correct?
That is not the case. The business cannot function, so maybe Dan should. Yeah, I think we should.
I mean, that's just one, from,
Well, yeah, 'cause
I guess from my point, this is the only thing that I'm learning still. Okay,
Right.
I don't know everything because I wasn't at these other meetings. But from what I heard is that it's, right now as it stands, that you could use 12,000 square feet without the sprinklers, without the, right? Or am
I'll let
I
Dan-
not
No, I'll let
getting
Dan,
it?
I'll let Dan, he's busy.
Okay, so I'm confused yet.
Comment. So back when we had the meeting, the architect was here.
Yep.
And Darren was here. And Darren said exactly what he wanted to move forward. And we gave him everything he asked for. So the questions that are answered, are left to ask or answer now, are more questions or additional questions that came up. And like I said earlier when it came, it seems like he don't want us there. I believe, and I talked to Jim about this earlier, and we own property in Minneapolis and in, Elbow Lake, all over, if right now in the building in Arlington, all winter long, we start 200 boats there. That, if you can look hard enough or split enough here, there's a reason why that can't be there. We have 50 truckloads of lumber in the other end of the building. If you look really closely at the code, we probably couldn't have that there either. But we're trying to use a building that was built before all these new rails were in place. So how, there's gotta be some give and take about how that building's used, or it's, it's worthless to the city and to, myself. It's to both of our advantages to have that building full and have jobs and people in there. But if they don't want us there, or want Dan Baker there, they're doing a pretty good job of it, because, they ask questions, they want this, this, and this, we do it. Then they ask for a couple more things, we do that. When does it end? I mean, I thought we had it settled at that meeting.
Well, that's a mischaracterization of what's been going on. And unfortunately, the building inspector isn't here to defend himself. And it's not a case that we don't want you. We're not talking about, dating game here. We're talking about trying to figure out, in a new industry, okay, hemp is a new industry, exactly what the code should be. And that's why we consulted the state fire marshal. And right now, the state fire marshal is saying this is a highly flammable operation, okay? And we want you to talk to the state fire marshal. That's why the building inspector is trying to set up this meeting. So you can ask questions of the state fire marshal and why they're giving us that opinion, okay? Also, as far as all the information being provided to the building inspector, he's been getting it in bits and pieces, and you know that. You've gone through 2 architects. The second architect didn't seem to know exactly what your operation plan was, because as I understand it, when the building inspector talked to the architect and then he talked to somebody, you know, from the operation, he got 2 different answers.
You're pretty condescending, and I don't appreciate this
Oh,
at all.
okay, listen, you're the guy who's condescending, okay?
That when the architect was here, the new architect, because the first one wasn't able to do it, and the building inspector was here, they talked about, I'll let Dan go, but they were here.
Listen, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just presenting the building inspector's position, and what I understand is what's been going on, okay? So I don't want you to mislead the council about this. You're laying it all on the building inspector, okay? He's not doing his job. He's had all the information he's asked for, and he still won't let us go forward. That's just not true. It's not true, okay? Listen, I'm not arguing with you about this. I'm not arguing with you about this, okay? But go ahead and make your comment.
So, number one, there's only been one architect. I never hired another architect, ever. Never hired an architect. I got an email one day from the city of Arlington. One, all this has to do with determination of use of the building. If we were a change in use of it, that's it, right? We determined, we're very experienced in commercial real estate, that we were not a change of use, right? We didn't need, under city ordinance, city code, any permission from the city to move into that building and occupy it. One day I got an email from the city with a bunch of questions that were leading questions. I asked for advice on how to deal with this email. I was told to talk to the building inspector. I called the building inspector. He told me that he was very easy to get along with unless we were doing something that he didn't know about. Then he could be very difficult, right? He recommended I talk to a specific architect that he liked to recommend, that he likes to work with a lot and recommends a lot. I called that architect, and in a 5-minute phone call, I hadn't even got everything. The architect didn't fundamentally even understand what we were doing, made a determination that we changed the use. He wasn't my architect. It was my first phone call to this guy. I hung up the phone. I called the building inspector back 20 minutes later. That architect, who was not my architect, had already made a determination that we changed the use and sent it to your building inspector. I never hired him. He didn't represent me. There was no change of architect. There was one architect. That was the one that was sitting at the table.
Well, you can understand why the building inspector got confused at that point.
From why was he confused?
Well, he got a call from the architect.
Not my architect.
Well, I'm not sure he understood that, okay?
No.
Okay, and the architect was telling him the use was changed. Okay, down the road a ways, apparently you did hire an architect. He got a different story from your architect, okay? So it's not like the building inspector is, you know, a bottomless pit of questions, okay? He feels he hasn't gotten all his questions answered, okay? So, and besides which, I think you have to understand how the procedure works. The building inspector is an independent contractor licensed to do a job. He's an expert the city has hired. The city relies on his expertise, okay? This isn't a political question, okay? It's a question, and I guess we resent you're attempting to put political pressure on the council to override the building inspector. That's the impression we've been getting, okay? And maybe that's wrong, but that's the impression we've been getting. The building inspector is going to do his job, okay?
I spoke with Darren the other day, and I don't think it's even remotely fair that anybody would insinuate that he's trying to chase anybody out. I do not believe that at all.
I didn't make that insinuation.
And in the hour that I talked to him, And as much as I want Fen Biotech here for the business, the concern of fire, dust, and CO2 in that building is a big concern. That has been given to him by the state fire marshal. That's not his conclusion, it's the state fire marshal's conclusion. I don't know if this council wants to overlook what the state fire marshal is suggesting.
So, I don't think I'm not here to ask you to overlook anything. I was here to answer questions because I know there's a lot of talk about this. The state fire marshal, the fact that it was escalated to his level, I don't believe that the treatment has been the same because there's explosive dust across the railroad tracks that nobody wants to talk about. In existing buildings that are operating today, you know, these questions all became before we even moved in and did anything, right? And the determination of use was made by somebody who wasn't even involved. I mean, fundamentally, the change of use of the building is the question. Whether or not the hemp itself is a change of use, we don't agree with that. But you know, there's a time constraint to this whole thing.
And I understand that and I appreciate that, but I hope you would appreciate that the council also at the same time, as Attorney Arneson had said, the city hires Darren Haslip as the building inspector. I don't know if he's right 100% of the time. I have no way of knowing that because I am not a building inspector and I don't know all the laws, nor does probably anybody in this room. So we have to go by the suggestions from Darren Haslip, the building inspector. I have nothing against Fen Biotech. But he raises some concerns. And I think that's a concern every council member here has. If it wasn't for that, I'd be all for you. 100%.
Dan, I do have a question. Has the scope of your business since we sat down here a couple weeks ago, or even just since the last couple months, has it escalated? Has it changed? Are you going to be doing more at this site now than what you had planned on doing a month or two ago?
No, actually, the timeline of this has stretched out that we have to take some of this process off-site, so we have backup locations we're prepared. I mean, we don't have a choice. Harvest coming in 2 weeks. We've got to do something with it. So, nothing has changed in this whole thing. We've agreed to pull drying out and do it somewhere else, but you know, I've got to store the crop somewhere. We have to find a place to process somewhere. The clock doesn't stop. The season doesn't stop.
I was somewhat hoping that if and when you, Darren, and the state fire marshal can meet this week or as soon as possible, there'd be something you could work out.
There's a lot of things you can do. There's a lot of things. Like I gave Darren copies of the city of Blaine that gives variance on this very thing all the time. It's very common to give a year or 2 years, right?
See, what he told me on that, and not to argue with you, he asked for a copy of that variance, I think was in a CIP, and he never received it.
I sent it this afternoon. I sent it to Pat Melvin. I sent it to John. I sent it
All
to
I'm
Terry.
saying is, when I talked to Darren today, and I don't know what Pat received, and like I said, I don't wanna start an argument over this, but only because Darren is not here, I think to some degree he's getting kinda pounded on.
I think
And
that
he has not received that. That's a concern to him.
so I don't know.
He just wants to verify that you have that variance from, was it Ramsey?
The city of Blaine.
City of Blaine, okay.
Yeah.
It was,
So
it was just an example.
It was an
wasn't
example of
his
things that you could
Okay.
do, that they could do, that either he has or the council has. Like in this particular example, the council approved a variance saying that you would have to install sprinklers within a certain amount of time, right? Contingent on something. If you need to do that, right? So fundamentally, I don't want to, I'm not beating up on Darren Haslip. I have a job that has to get done in a certain amount of time. Doesn't matter what the holdup is. If it doesn't get done, not getting done is not an option. So I'm not holding you hostage and I'm not making empty threats. It's just a reality. We have to move on. I have to do something. we're making arrangements to do that right now. Darren, the last phone call I had with Darren is we're gonna try to do a conference call with the fire marshal. I don't believe it should have been escalated to that point, to the fire marshal's office. I think that this was a bit of an overreaction to the whole thing. The concerns with fire, we could make the same concerns in a lot of places with a lot of things, right? So I think it got excited a little bit too much. People kept deferring it to other offices, which delay things, and here we are in this trap of the code. We can dig into that code as deep as you want. You can find an excuse for anything in there if you want to find it, between the state, county, and the city.
I just want to say a couple things. This could have went a lot quicker, you know, we had the meeting, we asked for stuff, we immediately got them stuff back, you know, it's been 2 or 3 weeks, and, you know, that could have been, that fire marshal could have been here 2 or 3 weeks ago, or at least the local fire chief made some kind of determination, because the way I understand it was brought to him recently, and he deferred to the state fire marshal, but that should have been quicker. And as far as beating up on Darren, this was a public meeting. You guys knew this was coming. You know, he should have, I would think he should have been here.
He had another commitment, that's why.
Here we are, but, my sentiments are the same whether he's here or not. I mean, he just needs to maybe move a little faster, a little more positively, or yes or no, you know, not more and more and more.
Ultimately, the one thing, to Dan's point, the use of the building, if it was classified as a different use, if we change the use of it, the architect that Dan has hired says it's been food processing building, it's not changing, that's gonna be a food processing building with his business as well. If his dispute is that it is a change of use, okay, that the use has changed. If we didn't have a change of use, we don't have a fire problem. So the architect determined there was no change of use when we left the meeting. So Darren is saying, we have a letter from the architect, but I think it's a change of use. He's overruling the architect, is what we're doing.
But Darren had sent an email that says, it looks like, after talking to the people at Seneca, there was some similar things going on. And he said that was good news.
Yep.
Because there was actually food processing. He was afraid that was just storage, and there's actually 2 large boilers and labeling in that thing. So the email said, this is good news for you. There was actually food processing in that building. And that.
But it wouldn't have mattered either way. The whole building is one classification or not.
Right, I'm just saying that he sent an email to the group of us that said, hey, there was food processing. It shouldn't have to be separated into buildings, it was one big place. But even if it was separated, there was food processing going on in that building. So without that change of use, he can just operate there without any, because there's no city permit required to do what he needs to do. And we've been at this for several weeks, it ain't like it's a surprise today, and, you know, in his timeline, he said that at that last meeting, whoever was there, he said, my timeline's running out. It was 5 weeks then, it's 2 weeks now. And we ain't really any further than we were at that meeting. We did a lot of stuff, but nothing happened.
So the potential meeting with yourself, Darren, State Fire Marshal, whoever else may be involved, is that something that can happen this week, or we have no idea? I understand you probably don't.
I told Darren that I would be available at any time.
I understand time's running out, I get that.
Yeah, I mean, so at this point, like, you know, your concerns with CO2 or fire, I think, quite honestly, at this point, with us pulling drying out of that building altogether, which was only gonna happen for 10 days once this year, that was it. You know, that we pull that out of that building, there's nothing left to talk about. In the fire marshal's letter, it says that it was a very low fire risk, no heat was applied. If you put the hemp all over the floor in the building and you did not apply heat, in the email it says it's a low fire hazard, right? So I'm not drying in there anymore. It's too late for me to dry there. I have to move that somewhere else. So I honestly, at this point, I don't understand. You know, after the phone call today, we pulled it. I don't think there's anything left to talk about.
And has Darren been brought that you're pulled dry?
Yeah, but just this afternoon. Yeah, it's too, I mean.
And
it's too
the,
late. It's getting-
I'm
but-
sorry,
Go ahead, sir.
the city of Blaine, you were talking about, they have a do they have a similar operation going there?
No, it was just, so, in the trade of commercial real estate,
Oh, okay.
compromises get made all the time, and one of our business partners is a commercial real estate broker, and he was telling me about a bunch of deals he's done in Blaine, and he walked in there and got a file from him today, and that's what I sent to Pat, that's what I sent to him.
And now, Dan, that's a variance for storage, correct? And I think what we're hoping we could get through the
It
state.
was a variance for fire sprinklers, line 17, they gave him 1 year to install fire sprinklers into a non-conforming building.
I would ask Attorney Artisan, I have a question for you. When they, if we were, I'm not proposing, if we were to give them a 6-month, 9-month, a variance to not have a sprinkler system, and we had a major fire in there, who's liable? Who's going to be sued?
Well, if the city were found to have issued a variance, which then created a dangerous situation, I suppose a claim could be filed against the city. But that's a very difficult question to answer. It depends on all the facts of each case. Could the city be dragged in on liability? Possibly. It depends. What the courts look at is, what's reasonable in the situation. Okay, and the cities are certainly given a wide degree of discretion. All government entities are, and the government protects itself. That's the reason for that. They don't want government entities to be running scared, so to speak, paralyzed, not doing anything because they're afraid of liability. So the courts do give some leeway on those things. But is it possible the city could be dragged in on liability in a case like that? Yeah, I suppose.
There's a limited exposure to the city though, isn't
Yes, yeah, the city, there's a cap on liability for the cities.
Very low, right?
Yeah.
Like $50,000.
Uh,
Accurate. I know that was the case about 15 years ago.
Yeah, I think it's more than that now, but yeah, there is a cap on liability.
And city officials can't be sued personally.
No. But, again, I guess as I understand it, the primary concern right now is the level of fire hazard. And that's what we need to talk to the state fire marshal about. Again, we're feeling our way because this is a new industry. But the state fire marshal, using analogous situations, felt that what he understood was being proposed in this building would create an H3 level fire hazard, okay, which is a serious fire hazard, which is why we're talking sprinkler system. Now, if your situation or your operation is different than what was understood, that could certainly make a big change in the opinion.
So from what I understand is that you were planning on drying it this year in the building. Now that's not a thing.
Yeah, we've got.
There's not enough time, you cannot do that anymore. So what
Well,
do
I
you?
mean, we would have to have a change like tomorrow, right?
Oh.
For that to continue, I have to build out a facility that's not here.
So is the question here, you wanting to still dry there, or are you willing to do something?
Yeah, we wanted to do the whole thing here, right? I mean.
But if you can't because of time or because of whatever's going on with
Just this year.
Yeah, for
Marshall
just
and-
this year, drying is only a thing because we couldn't get processing online to the point that we didn't have to dry, right? So we're only drying to stabilize the crop so we have something to do for the rest of the year. Otherwise, we would have taken the crop in and processed it as it came in. We just couldn't get that design. It is a new industry, it's the first year. It's the first year nationally that we can grow hemp, and Minnesota has a 1-year head start according to all the other Midwest states. So what we're doing and what the other gentlemen we're doing are talking about are drastically different things. We are industrial rotational crop processing of industrial hemp. And we have a 1-year head start against North Dakota, South Dakota. And we chose Arlington fundamentally because you had a building with a roof big enough that could house us, which is an asset that building comes with a bunch of tags, you know, in the short term. We wanna buy the building, it's Dave's building, but I don't wanna pay $250,000 to improve Dave's building that I gotta buy from Dave.
Right.
And Dave doesn't wanna do that to put me in there for 6 months while we're testing the water. So this is where the resistance to fire sprinkler comes. It's not a general objection. If a transaction of the building happened, we would be putting fire sprinklers in anyway. But to upgrade his facility that we don't own doesn't make any sense for us.
And I understand that. So if you're drying in another facility, then what will you be doing in this facility this year?
Well, we need, at this point, we still need the ability to store there.
You gotta extract seeds or do any type of manufacturing in that
Yeah,
building?
we have an extraction pilot plant we wanted to get off the ground this year. That's what we do. So we would store the harvest there and then start extraction operations. Additionally, there's laboratories and all kinds of things that need to go on, but we have more time post-harvest to deal with all that and to deal with, you know, all the things that Darren has questions about. We have more time in a couple months to deal with. Overall, I think we would probably be interested in acquiring the entire building. You know, you're talking about a facility that could potentially employ 50 people. We're trying to hire, you know, 14 people right now. We're hiring locally to fill that spot. But again, it's an unfortunate set of circumstances. We had a time, we're in a race. You know, I entered the race. We're the only real game at this scale in Minnesota. Arlington was set to be the center of that.
You know, Councilman Batcher, I'd like to say something. You guys know Matt Nelson, you know me as the radio guy, but I'm gonna introduce myself. Dan talks about hiring local people. I was hired as the plant manager for Fit Biotech. Question is where's that plant gonna be right now? But in one of your questions, we talked about when Dan mentions, you know, it's up to drying time now. If it has to be someplace else, so be it. We can still keep the process, hopefully still utilize the plant here. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned, questions with, I'm not asking you to go against the fire marshal or anything like that. Personally, I'm familiar with that building. I used to wear a uniform similar as a chief over here. There's fire watch inside that building. What if for the 10 days of drying, we had it manned so that people were there? Just as an idea, you know, to alleviate not having the sprinklers there for those 10 days.
Another, I got a point.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know, I don't know, he's familiar with the building, I don't know if any of you guys have been there, but when we bought the place, there were 12 boilers in there, bigger than this room, that cooked something, I don't know what they did, but they processed a lot of stuff, and there was a lot of, you know, heat and stuff going in there. The argument that we had at the beginning, and what we're still trying to get across is, everything we're gonna do there, processed food or food products, is, I would say, less invasive than what was there. And if we get classified, if you guys would go along with it, and that's what we were trying to do the whole time, go along with that, yes, the operation can be classified the same or similar than what was there, then we're set. That's what the idea was, hiring the architect and doing those things to do, and that's why Dan's don't understand, I believe, is why it's up to the state fire marshal. It went to that far, because I think what was being done there before in the same non-sprinkler building is way more than what would ever do there, or what Dan would do. So that's a little bit, and then also to his question, we own 3 lumber yards, 2 in Minneapolis, 1 in Jordan. We don't have fire sprinklers in any of them. In the new code, we have to have a fire sprinkler in a lumber yard. Our compromise at our facility in South Minneapolis, we put up heat detectors. In Minneapolis, we burnt down, we had to rebuild to the new code, but they waived the need for sprinklers, as long as we put we paid to put a hydrant in right in front of our property, because there was one on either end, they wanted an additional fire hydrant. So, I mean, there's nothing more flammable than a lumberyard, and we do manufacturing in all 3 locations. So, if the city of Minneapolis can do it, I'm thinking there's a way the city of Arlington can do it.
Dan, I have a question. Can you give us just a quick Reader's Digest version of the product comes in to get dried? How is it dried? You lay it on tables, hang it from the ceiling?
We built a temporary ductwork system, almost like aeration tile like they would do over ridges of corn. And then 100-degree air would go through this aeration system, laying on the slab on grade. The wet hemp would be piled on top of that, and then removed, chopped, and put into bulk, like bulk seed bags kind of thing, bulk bags for storage.
So then when it's dried, how do you store it? Do you bale it or stack it on top?
Chopped into bulk bags.
Pardon?
Chopped into these bulk bags, like, are you familiar with
Big
the big
seed
white
bags?
sacks,
Yeah.
big seed bags?
Okay.
In a duffel style, which has a closed top,
And then it's stored until you use it to extract the oil out of it?
until we can process it for extraction.
So what's the moisture content when it goes into the bag? What does it have to be?
Below 20%.
Below 20?
Yep.
So it won't heat at that point, or won't?
No, below 20. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a high value crop too, so unlike like hay that you're gonna stuff away, it gets checked and maintained. Like a fire would be obviously catastrophic to our business if we allowed something like that to happen.
Dan, is that something that you worked on with an engineer, or did you just kind of come up with that?
With what?
To determine what your heating system, how that was to be laid out? Did you work with someone, or did you just kind of come up with that?
Did we work
On
with
your
like
own.
a mechanical engineer for a building?
Yeah.
No, we did not.
Okay.
We designed the system.
You designed it yourselves?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I just know because I know Darren has been looking for some information, and I didn't know if there was.
Yeah, he didn't ask me about that.
Okay.
So he didn't ask me that question, so I'm not sure that we're getting the same information. He said he might want to take a look at and have a mechanical engineer look at the drying system. So, if we don't put the drying system in, there's nothing left to talk about, right?
Yep.
So, at this point, we're going to go ahead and spend the money to do the second facility and move the drying on. So.
Did I hear you say earlier that at this point you've exhausted some options, but storage is still a possibility for that?
Storage and
that full
processing
building?
is still, yeah, for
Okay.
the full building, it's still, that's the main purpose of that building, is for processing. It's gonna take a building that size. If we did 3,000 acres this year, we're gonna do 20,000 acres next year out of that facility, right? Right now, we're just doing CBD processing, but we're bringing fiber processing and grain processing online. Next year, we have material science, I mean, I can't tell you how many jobs we have the potential to put in that building over the next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a use for that whole property.
Okay, so for the short term, if drying and if drying isn't an option, if you could just pack that building with storage, would that be a benefit to get you through this year, and then we could focus on what happens in the future?
You mean only utilize it for storage?
Only utilize it
No
for storage?
Processing.
Just storage?
No.
But
That doesn't work,
But the
okay.
processing and the drying is different.
Yeah.
So the
Drying-
processing and
drying
drying is
yeah.
different.
Processing is extraction,
Yeah, okay.
right? That's where we run it, it's a liquid process, there's no dust created. There's really nothing to talk about with processing. If processing can't happen in Arlington, this whole thing is pointless.
Okay.
What's involved in processing? Is there you put it in a press and squeeze it, or do you heat it, or?
No, so some of that is proprietary that I cannot talk about.
Okay.
And will not disclose, especially with the neighbors across the tracks, trying to get into the business.
Right.
You understand?
Yep.
And, and these things travel through this community very quickly.
Yep.
And then quite frankly, it's kind of a concern for me with having a competitor directly across the street in the same city. can say is that there's no hazardous waste generated.
That's what?
There's no hazardous waste generated.
Okay.
There's no exponential threat of flammability. There's no excessive water usage in that process this year. Next year might be a lot of all those things, but
Might be what?
there might be a lot of all those things when we scale up the plant to the proper size. This is only a pilot test facility, and everything we do gets thrown away at the end of the season or through the season. You know, we don't know what's going to work just right yet. We don't know which extraction technique is going to be the most efficient. This is what we're trying to do this year.
I'm just reading that agreement with the city of Blaine that you had, and I see where line item 17 is the applicant must install a fire suppression system for the entire building and must design and complete it within 1 year of issuance of certificate of occupancy. If, this is just a if we were to allow that, would you be willing to put in some type of a, I'm not asking you to spend a pile of money, but something that would, some type of an alarm system, heat seek,
I've never heard of these heat sensors.
well, I'm
but
just
I'll
saying
take a look.
something that would warn the fire department in advance, well, not in advance, but as soon as possible if something did happen.
Basically putting a fire alarm system in.
Something, yes.
Yeah.
We have, at the lumberyard in South Minneapolis, we have, they have a heat and a smoke sensors. And it's fairly simple, and it rings right to the fire department when it goes off, so it does it, if there's heat or smoke. So it's similar to a smoke alarm, but it registers heat too. And it's set for, whatever, 150 or 200 or, some.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a possible option.
That's here in this building. Very similar to the system that's in this building.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a way to, as I said, I'm all for you guys, I just wanna find a way that's gonna work and be safe and, and everybody's, well, everybody can't be happy.
No.
No.
I'll take that back.
That's what we're here for, some kind of compromise.
Yeah.
'cause
Right.
It's,
And we should be able,
we're not getting anywhere, it seems to be.
we should be able to sit down and compromise on something that will work for the city of Arlington and for Fenn Biotech and for you as the owner of the building.
And that, I think, was our hope in getting the state fire marshal. If that's, Darren, I think Darren's putting a lot of credibility, and rightly so, on what the state fire marshal is saying. So let's sit down, let's, have that discussion, let's talk about what are the other alternatives. To me, there's two things. There's, the immediate future, which is you getting your harvest in and going that route, and then there's the secondary issue, which we have more time to address and figure out, which is the long term. So, I mean, if we can get that discussion, get those people around the table,
Yeah,
if
so
there's a
we're
will,
willing
there's a
to
way.
talk with the fire marshal, absolutely. We're willing to make concessions like what you just suggested. This is a reasonable option, installing $300,000 worth of fire sprinklers for a
Yeah,
6
I get
month
it.
season.
I get it.
Not reasonable for me to do, right? So I'm not sure that the fire marshal is gonna come in, fundamentally, that's not his job, right? Not to find an easy way around things. His job is to fully enforce the fire code. I'm not sure that there's gonna be a solution there, quite honestly. So, I'm willing to talk to him, absolutely, but I'm not sure. By the time you bring it to the fire marshal, I just can't.
I would agree the solution is gonna come in this room right here with the players
It's gonna-
right here, right now.
It needs to come with the city of Arlington or.
It's the only place it's gonna come.
Yes, sir.
I would agree 100%.
And then the
So-
state fire marshal, if he, comes in 2 days and then writes a report in another 3 days and.
3 weeks is gone before we hear anything.
And just like the 3 weeks that just happened.
So then do we have a meeting and schedule it with Darren and with a few people from here and have the discussion here and just move ahead?
We can
I
have a
guess
phone,
is the
so
question.
Darren said phone conference call is faster for everybody involved. We can have that call anytime that you wanna schedule.
I mean, is that,
Well, that's something we gotta do within the next couple of days.
Huh?
We gotta do something in the next couple of days.
Well, that's why I say, we have the players in the room to make that call right now, I believe.
Yeah. I
And
guess
we
I-
might not be doing exactly what the state fire marshal wants, we may not be doing exactly what Darren Haslip wants, but maybe we can sit down and do something that works for everybody and we are safe in doing it.
Or maybe
Mr.
simply
Hammond,
have your fire chief.
we did try, we asked to apply for a variance or an IUP interim use permit. We tried and we couldn't because that's not a function, it's a function of zoning. So I'm not sure, was that an interim use permit that you gave, that
Yep,
Lane did?
yep.
So how did the city interact with zoning to get the interim use permit for the building, to satisfy the building permit? We wanted a vote tonight. We wanted it. Here are the players in the room.
I
We
get
tried
it.
hard to bring something to you. We have nothing right now.
And
I understand, that's why I mentioned what I mentioned.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't believe in, at least in talking with our planning and zoning directors, you know, Cynthia Smith-Strack, I did inquire exactly with that question, John, about, you know, is there a way that, you know, planning can issue something based on use of property for a temporary period of time? And her response was no, that the building, and Ross can maybe weigh in, but the building code and the planning and zoning, those two don't overlap, and certainly the planning doesn't trump a building code or a safety thing that Darren's talking about. So I'm not exactly sure how this, you know, was done,
So,
but
That's
if
only
there's a
one
possibility.
example. If you want more, I can get more delivered, right? We can get more of these examples from cities that are making these concessions.
But I agree, we sit down and we talk about it as a group and we get, you know, everybody's input. And, you know, I don't think, until now, I don't know that we've been talking about, I mean, I think you've been asking what are the other options. I don't know that we, until this came across, I wasn't aware that there was any ability for the city to give a variance on specifically a sprinkler requirement. Now I see it here in this resolution. Sharing this with Darren may open his eyes to a possibility. So, I mean.
You're looking at that email, was Darren copied on that?
Yes, I believe so.
His question in response to that was, are we comparing apples to apples?
So he's seen it.
Yes, he
Yep.
has too, Darren.
He's not sure how the occupancy of the building construction is classified. But that's where we sit down and we talk. And we work through that.
We had the classification meeting.
That's why we had the meeting, you know, 3 weeks ago, and ideally, if we could just, or someone come up to the understanding that, yes, we are under the same classification as the existing building, as Seneca Foods was, a food processing plant, that, as they talked about, 12 boilers bigger than this room, that generated a lot of heat and fire and all kinds of things, high temperature. It's as simple as that, then we are grandfathered in to what the building is. That's a simple solution.
I am not an expert, but from what I've heard, it sounds to me you make perfect sense. What they used that building for before was probably less of what you're gonna use it for, but let's just say it's the same, just for argument's sake. And you move in and you do whatever. I agree with Hattlestead that we probably should do some kind of heat sensors, smoke sensors or something like that, so that they can use the building, so they can get in there, do their trial run this year, see how things go. And then from there, yes, I mean, once you purchase the building, I suppose once it changes hands, then all that stuff comes into play and you'll have to bring the building up to code, right?
Yep.
But you know that,
You
so.
probably want a
and-
sprinkler for his insurance
Yeah.
companies,
Well,
and make a
right,
bunch of
so-
improvements, there's.
But I mean, you know that, so.
And all that gets wrapped up in the financing bill, right?
Right,
So
exactly,
that's how it
yeah,
works.
yeah, so, I mean, from my standpoint or whatever, it makes common sense to go that route or whatever, get you guys in, get you what you need. With the heat sensors, and I'm glad that you brought that up, and the smoke sensors, I mean, that would be key. I mean, that way that we,
It's a great
for
compliment.
me, I feel
I feel a lot
secure
more
with that.
comfortable doing that. Is that something we could do tonight, Pat, or Attorney Arneson?
Ultimately, I believe that it's Darren's it's his responsibility. We can certainly sit down and talk with Darren.
but ultimately, he's the one who's gotta be comfortable with the situation.
City council has the power to fire the building inspector. But other than that, the city council can't by vote overrule the building inspector's opinion.
But, yeah.
Well, it's
So
the-
we're tied to
but-
Darren, you're telling me.
But it's the opinion that he says that, that the,
Well, he hasn't issued a final opinion.
okay.
Correct.
But we did give you from a licensed registered architect, the questions that he had to argue, or whatever the term you wanna use, is that to confirm the classification as existing. It was his opinion, and it's in writing, and I hope, Darren has it, we could send you what he gave us, right, Dan?
I've
We
got
have
it.
Well, that's
I've
really
got a
beside
copy
the
of it.
point, though. The architect is not our building inspector. The architect can,
No, I understand, I'm just
Okay,
saying we
okay.
have that. I'm not saying it overrides Darren, but we do have that, as a backup, or some kind of confirmation.
An architect is a building official as well, licensed by the state, right? I mean, that, he has to enforce the same state building code, the same rules. He does have culpability.
And at least, it defers some of the exposure if you're worried about the limited liability you might have, here's a registered
right.
license.
And the building inspectors always put a lot of weight on the opinions of the architects, okay? So, it's not like it's being disregarded, okay? And I think again, I think we're here tonight where we're at because it's a new industry. And that's why the building inspector was a little unsure about how to classify this as far as a fire hazard, which is why he asked the local fire chief and the fire marshal to weigh in.
Well, I think the long and short of it, we owe these guys an answer ASAP.
I agree.
No doubt.
Guys, yeah.
We can't drag this out, I don't even wanna drag it out another week.
No,
It's senseless.
we need to get it done this week, and
I agree.
and I think, Dan, you need to come up with just in my mind, what the drawing process looks like, if you haven't shared that. with-
I think drying is off the table
Okay,
anymore, so.
but then the processing,
Yeah.
how you're gonna store the product, how you're gonna process it, maybe you can,
Well, if you could get Darren in here, have a meeting, Dan could be here, John could come, maybe I could come, and
Right.
have a quick meeting in the next
Even
couple
if,
days.
and if we could have, I gotta work, but if we could
Well, I
have
can be
somebody,
here.
We could get
right,
the architect.
I can be
to come.
here any day, anytime, and more than willing to do
right,
it.
cause I think we should work out a compromise to turn this away is
Well, like I said,
completely foolish.
if, and I understand spending that kind of money on sprinkler systems in this type of a period is probably more than ridiculous. But if they're willing to maybe put in some smoke alarms and detectors
And the
to
drying
do
process
something
here.
that isn't gonna cost as much money, I can easily live with that. Easily live with that.
Well, like Adam said, now the drying isn't gonna be in here, so maybe
Right,
that
so
takes
a lot
away
of
the
that
fire.
threat- A lot of that
Yeah.
threat is now gone.
Yeah.
So we can get them in here, let them do their thing, and after that period, then we go to the sprinkler system. And if we have to get Darren to go along, well, then we're gonna have to get him in this room and have a chat with him.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree, so is that something we can do in the next couple days?
I can reach out to Darren and we can.
there's a fire
Sounds like-
marshal, we've gotta get a.
Are you available in evening? And I hate to ask you to do that, but I'm thinking the fastest we
There's
can do
nothing
this.
more important than I have than finding.
Okay, I
getting
mean, I'd
this
come here at
building
midnight if need
solidified.
be, to just to get this addressed.
24/7, and it'd be nice to have, if you want, give us at least 8 hours, 12 hours notice if you want the architect here. And he could come as well, the one who, that was here before.
Yeah.
And sort of the important part really wouldn't even be the fire marshal now, if there's no drying going on. Or do you
No.
think it would be?
Or would it?
Or did the fire marshal declare that the use is different than what it was before?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think the fire marshal indicated that it becomes more serious when there is when you're heating it.
When you're
Oh,
heating.
for sure,
If you're-
yeah.
I
if we
think
had it
if
on the
it's at
dryers-
room temp, if it's at room
But they
temperature, it's
won't be
not an
heating this
issue.
fall.
So that would be storage.
Yeah, it's storage and then we have processing. right?
Processing.
Which isn't hot.
Which is not.
Yeah.
right
It's
now.
not the drying, it's the process.
So
Processing.
a lot of that has been removed.
Yes.
A lot of the challenge.
The main roadblock's been probably removed.
As I recall, the fire marshal was, well, not knowing what exactly was being planned, was concerned about processing, and drying, creating particulates in the atmosphere, which can be highly flammable. That's why grain elevators blow up. But also queried whether there were any highly flammable chemicals which might be used in the processing. It sounds like there aren't.
No.
So,
Not at this facility.
okay, so, so the fire marshal was just giving a general list of concerns that might come up. But I think if he has specific answers to what you're proposing, he may feel, no problem.
Total game changer.
If it is simply laid out on tables to dry at ambient room temperatures, it probably does not represent a significant fire ignition risk. So,
Yeah. Darren kept asking me about dust, which there's no dust that we create, especially if there's no drying happening. There's absolutely no dust created. He kept asking me about drawings of these dust collection systems, like we were gonna install some whole building dust collection system. It's not that kind of an operation, right? It wasn't ever going to be that kind of an operation. You're asking about mechanical drawings, like, he might have asked me something an hour before this meeting when I talked to him on the phone. I need an engineer drawing of the drying system. The stuff hasn't, been come up until this meeting.
we'll work on
All
getting
right.
that meeting scheduled
Yeah.
next.
For the next day or two.
ASAP.
Yep.
I really believe we can work this out.
Who from the council would like to, Ross, I'm assuming you'll be there, of course, if your schedule allows.
It depends on when.
Okay.
Thursday I'm in criminal court.
Okay.
I can be there. Pretty much
I
any
can
time.
try and be there.
I will be there for sure.
So probably no
Cancel my
more
fishing
than,
Yeah, that's about it.
no more than 2 council
I'll be
members.
here.
I don't
There's a
count.
special meeting.
I should be available.
Okay, so 2 out of the 3 of you can show up, otherwise we gotta have a special
Right.
council meeting and we don't,
Oh, okay.
we don't want it to turn into that at that point at least.
Yeah, okay. Nope, I will work with Darren tomorrow or even tonight to see if we can get that scheduled.
Do you need the meeting if Darren's,
I-
if they do this, that'll be acceptable?
Sorry, Ben, what was that?
Getting the smoke detector and the heat detector, if doing that would satisfy Darren, then you could forego the meeting.
Maybe there wouldn't be a need
If
for a
it's-
meeting.
Even
is
a
what
need
you're
for
saying.
it. If we tell them they aren't going to dry there,
If
Yeah.
he clears it or classifies it as no change of use without the drying, then it's
Then-
all over.
Then it's
Yeah.
done. We don't have to have a meeting.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
With the asterisk being the drying.
Right,
For now.
right.
And I'm not a Darren basher, just so I've worked with him for years, we're working with him on these houses we're building, he's a great guy to work with. He's maybe just a little out of his element, I mean, you can't be an expert on everything, so.
Well, it's
we're
new.
just doing our best.
Yeah,
we can get
it's a
this
new
worked out.
thing, but let's work through it.
We'll get through it.
Let's get through it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. What do you wanna see something else brought up here? Ahead of time?
Jim.
Oh, okay.
Couple people from people services, so why don't you do?
Okay, let's, we're gonna just jump around here and get to some of the people that have been waiting for their turn. Item 17, approve deny request Scott Equipment for a business subsidy in amount of $40,000. Item 17. Mr. Lucas.
Commissioner, council members, thanks for your patience, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
So, as some of you may be aware, Scott Equipment is looking to expand operations, which is good news for Scott Equipment and good news for Arlington. One of the challenges that we have is that they currently have space available to the west of where their shop is currently located.
Expanding out to the west, however, requires them to build where an existing stormwater line runs directly underneath. That is something that would have to be relocated in an effort for them to expand. And the city and Scott Equipment has been in discussion for several years, has floated the idea, correct, Jim? About working together to make that happen. So I'll let Jim give you maybe some more information about the expansion and how it's all going to work out.
Right. So my name is Dave Lucas. I am one of the owners of Scott Equipment. I do have a brother named Jim and I have a brother named Rich, so we're easily confused. So
sorry, Dave.
Not a problem. If anybody wants to look at, I did bring some plans and the site. If anybody wants to look at that, I can pass those out. I think I've got 5 or 6 that are.
Yeah, and I think everyone had received one in their
Okay.
packet, so
Okay.
somewhat familiar.
So you can see the property is showing about 5 acres that we have that's available to build on. What we are doing is a 2-phase proposal, and so we have already completed some of the work with Bolton and Mink on the site. We have a site plan done, and we are in the process of getting a permit for doing the groundwork, which is working with our contractor and taking excess waste dirt that you have in town, and they're going to move it to our site. So it works out for both of us that your contractor is going to get rid of what he has, and we're going to put it on our site after we do some excavation. But yeah, there's a good indication of what Bolton and Mink has done along with our contractor, Jim Haugen, and Darren. We brought Darren in at the very front end of the project, and I would be one that applauds what Darren does, just from the standpoint that if you bring him in on the very beginning of any project, and we've done 4 projects here that have been remodels and additions, and if he's the second one on the site behind your architect, he's very, very good to work with and gives suggestions, and if you follow his suggestions, it works out well. But we have 2 phases that we're looking at. The first phase is a 100 by 460 foot long building that will attach to our existing building by that runway. That's, we're looking at a north-south, it'll be on the north end attached to the existing building. And in that building, we would be putting in about 13 or 14 workstations and some of those are being relocated from the existing building over to the new building. This is primarily for efficiency standpoint. We have about $2 million worth of equipment that we plan on investing and putting in this addition. And then within, the plan is 5 years, we would do the bottom tier, which is another 100 by 460 foot, which would complete. So it's 46,000 square feet, breaking ground this fall, and 46,000 square feet in 5 years or less on the bottom. And so what we're doing is the storm water line is right now up to our existing building. We're talking about moving it out, and you can kind of see the orange where there's going to be a road that comes along, and we're going to essentially parallel the Hutchinson Co-op, and we're going to have a driveway in there. And so the steel trucks will come in on the right-hand side of the building, basically drive around and go to the other end of the building and be loaded. So it's a more of an assembly line process that we're putting in. So immediately, we're probably 5 to 10 jobs in the next year. If that second edition goes through, it would double our work force here, and so we have about 30 employees there right now. And so that's what we're looking for is yes, we are asking for help to move that storm sewer line and bring it out to the edge. Our timeline is the building
contractor was there, last Thursday. The soil, excavation contractor was there last Thursday as well and met with, I don't know if it's Mueller or whoever it is doing the city work. They were meeting. We've met with the electrician, we've met with the concrete people, and so our timeline is to get the soil work done, get the utilities moved, and then start with the building construction probably as soon as the ground thaws in the spring. We just got delayed. The building is about 12 weeks for delivery, and with the extra work that we've been doing with Bolton and Mink, and it isn't, it would have been nice to do this year, but it isn't going to be anything that is catastrophic for our plans, and this is just something that we think is going to make our operation more efficient, and so it's we think a win-win. We have great employees here, and we've been able to hire good employees, and so if anybody has any questions,
Where is the existing storm sewer right now? Can you point out?
if you see the existing building up on the top of the page, it basically runs right along that kind of purple area and goes right through there.
Right through there,
Yeah,
okay.
it comes out down in the ditch. So, what Jason is proposing is to move it down, and we will put in drainage that drains that whole area around the building, and then down to a new retention pond that he has shown on the bottom down there, it's to the left side of the screen there is where our retention pond is gonna go.
Does the old line have to be excavated out of there?
No.
Can it stay? It can
No,
stay.
it can stay, and Jason has some ideas on actually tying in and utilizing part of it, especially where we have that runway that's going in to attach the building. So, working with Jason and the Bolton and Mink people, they've come up with some ideas on the flow of water, and that's kind of how you see all the arrows directing where we're envisioning the flow of the runoff to go.
I'm concerned about jobs. You said that there have been at least 3 businesses tonight that are gonna hire 25 new people. What kind of salaries will they be getting that will make, because we don't have 75 people, I don't think, in
No.
Arlington right now to.
No, we draw from Brownton. We draw from, our furthest guy out is 37, 38 miles west. So, you're right, you don't. We have a manufacturing day every other year, and we bring in Arlington, and we bring in Norwood, and we bring in the schools, where we shut down the plant and just have the students come in, Belle Plaine, and we've, in 4 years, we've gotten 5 students out of that program, but they're still there. But you have to aggressively pursue them. But they're $60,000 jobs. I mean, they're not, we've got guys that they're doing well, and because they're really good. They really are excellent employees. Drawing from a farm background has been very beneficial for us, because you tell someone to show up at 5 in the morning, it's no big deal. 5 in the morning, they're there. Actually, they're there at 4:30 in the morning.
What qualifications do they need? What kind of degree or?
Well, we want them to be able to show up for work and work hard, and if they have a welding degree, that helps, but that's not mandatory. But we train, and we've hired, we've got some guys from Norwood, we've got some guys from Belle Plaine, Broughton, where else? Arlington, obviously, we had Harlan Otto and Matt Otto working for us. Harlan just retired, and Matt still works for us, and now his son works for us on a part-time basis. So, yeah, I mean, we've got, but I would say half of them are not Arlington people. You're right. They're coming in from the outside and coming into Arlington because, I think we're missing. We need to do a better job as a company with the school system to attract kids to this career, and that's something we're missing. So, that's something that.
Have you found cooperation with the school though? I mean, has that been good, or is it?
We have. It hasn't been as, I would say they're very willing. And I think the problem is students have so many distraction, that it's hard to say, you know, when we talk to the students at manufacturing day, we tell them, you know, you can make a career out of a $50,000-$60,000 job and not have all kinds of debt. And we've gotten some kids to do that, and once we get them, we keep them. I mean, our average tenure is about 18, 19 years.
Wow, that's good.
So once they come, they stay, and it's just a matter of, and that's, you know, Arlington is a good location. You've got Highway 5 up to 212. Yeah, there's some, you know, we're underutilized as far as the advantage that the city has.
I'm really excited that you're expanding.
Yeah,
So we've been waiting,
I've been waiting
and
for
I'm
this
just
about 4
excited.
years.
It's been a long time coming.
To be
It's a long
real,
time.
or hoping.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time coming, but it's, yeah, we're excited, and I think it's a natural for us because we are landlocked in New Prague, and the city of New Prague has been cooperative, but it's where we are. We can't do anything else, and we don't have land available to buy, and so with this, we have a two-phase project that Jim and Darren and Jason have come up with a plan that allows future expansion and puts everything in place so that we don't do things twice, and we've got the building slope going a certain direction, so, yeah.
Good, very good.
Absolutely.
Time to wake up.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? Well, I would like to make a motion to approve the request from Scott Equipment for a business subsidy in the amount of $40,000.
I will second that.
Motion by Councilmember Batchor, second by Councilmember Hattlestead to approve the request of Scott Equipment Company for a business subsidy in the amount of $40,000. Is there additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave, is there a timeline in terms of when you want that money? You said you'd be
No,
doing
I
it
mean,
in the spring.
we're I would say we're probably 3 weeks away from starting. Jason's working on getting the excavation permit right now, so once he gets that through, then our contractor's gonna move on site and start moving dirt, and your guy has graciously volunteered to haul all the dirt over, so.
Nice.
We're just gonna be unloading trucks and leveling. They're gonna pull all the black dirt off and start filling in, and then, you know, working with Jason and Darren to see how they wanna do all of the other, cause we've got a major electric utility that they're gonna be working with your people on to get moved as well, so. That's where we're at.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Dave. You can call me Melvin too, by the way,
Yeah.
Dave, to get even.
I'll tell you what some of us call them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go up to 16 as long as we're close. Sack and whack waiver for Ross Bergs.
Thanks for your patience, Ross. Probably not.
If I can get this, you know, it'll be
It was
worth it.
well worth the wait, well worth the wait,
Yep.
huh?
So, council members, Ross approached administration the other day and is proposing to build a house located at 501 West Lynch Street, and is aware that the council given out a sack and whack waiver for new homes. So, Ross, do you want to give us any update on your building plans?
I'm not exactly sure of the address or if it even has an address yet, but it is on Lynch Street. There's an empty lot between two houses that I purchased recently. Plan to move into town. I'm in the preliminary stages of designing the house. It'd be nice to get started on building this year, but I don't think that's gonna happen just because of red tape and stuff like that, but hopefully next spring or next summer for sure. So I wanna move it along as fast as I can, or we can. So I have a kind of a preliminary plan. It'll be a two-story house for sure, with a garage probably
The
slightly
garage
big-
ain't big enough.
The garage is bigger than the house, so.
So you got the numbers, square footage about right then.
Yeah, try to cover up, what I can, but, yeah, so, I've seen the things in, news flyers or whatever about, waiving the fees, and I understand you gave some out already, and that I understand you do a case-by-case
Right.
thing, and I, just ask that you would consider, waiving it for me. I, obviously own a business in town. I don't live in town right now, but, the move to town has been kind of a hard decision for me. I live out in the country in a really nice place, but it's just, too much work.
And you've read the agreement?
Yes,
Okay.
yep, I've got the.
With the 195,000 and.
Yeah,
which I'm sure
I
it'll
don't have any
surpass that,
idea on the
but-
numbers, but I know it's gonna be way more than that.
Right, exactly.
When I look at the house, yeah.
When I look at
you're
the
gonna
picture,
spend the
it's
quote
gonna-
required amount. No, I can see you're gonna spend the required amount.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, no. And then, the must begin within 365 days, which sounds like that's not a problem.
That I can't guarantee, I guess, but I mean, the start of it will surely be within a year.
Well, right, I
Yeah.
think it says it has to,
Has
and
to
construction
start.
must
To begin.
begin.
Right.
Yeah, begin,
Yes,
so.
yes, I don't know why that
As long
would
as you start digging a hole, that's
I mean, obviously I
the
got
start.
a house to sell too, but that's not gonna be contingent on building first, so.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request of Ross Bergs, for the waiver of the whack and sack fee for a new home being built at 501 West Lynch Street.
I'd like to,
Whoop,
he's got it,
he's got it, go ahead.
he's got it.
Jim?
Can you leave the address out because he doesn't know the exact address?
You
yet?
just say West
So
Lynch
just
Street.
Just
West
say
Lynch.
Lynch Street.
Lynch
Lynch Street.
Where the new
I
house
can
is
give you
going
the
up.
Thank you.
technical,
Good.
it's.
No, that's
Wait,
okay.
On the
Yeah,
lot
it's
you
not,
bought.
it's not Title I.
On the lot you bought.
Yeah. Okay, motion by Councilmember Highland, second by Councilmember Yashewski, to approve the request from Ross Bergs to consider a sack and whack waiver for a new home to be built on the lot purchased on West Lynch Street. Is there any further discussion?
Excited.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming
Excited
forward and
nervous,
Yeah,
taking
thanks for moving
advantage.
it
Never
down.
built a house before,
Yeah,
while owning a house, so.
right.
If you'll have trouble spending money as wife will.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Thank you.
Arlington.
Yeah, welcome
Hurry
to
up.
Arlington.
Ross, what we'll do is we'll probably have you stop in to sign the agreement and everything in the next week or so.
Yep, just let me know what we gotta do and.
Okay.
And I mean, I might be off topic here, I didn't get to see an agenda, am I on there for some concern about, anything else about, storm water drainage?
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
Well,
I know that there was some discussion, my thought was that you were gonna talk with Jason Femright, who's our,
Well, I've been approached by several people, kind of being warned about a lot of runoff going through that lot, or actually just that whole corner of town, and sounds like there's kind of a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, it might be something you wanna look into before you know.
Right, I thought it would have been put on the agenda, but, and I've just been getting information from other people, so, warning, okay?
But make sure you talk to Jason about it or someone that, there has been some issues down there. We don't want-
Jason who?
Jason Femright, our engineer,
Okay.
city engineer, he would know where the storm sewers run, where the lines go.
Yep, I think it
So you
goes
aren't
right
putting a
around.
house right on top of it or whatever, you know,
Right, yeah,
so.
Have you got Jason's number?
no,
Pat
when
does in the city office.
Yeah.
City
When
office.
you
He
come
can
in
give
to
it to you.
sign.
okay, I'll get that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the other people, I've just been getting warned by neighbors that, you say, you know, there's a.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna at least try to build a house up, but,
Yeah, just be
Okay.
cautious.
all right, well, thank you very much for your
Mm-hmm.
consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
Okay. All right.
What time does the beer and pizza show up?
Thought you were bringing it.
Let's go to item 13, approve or deny bid for repair of pump. Pump
Thank
2.
you, People Services, for your patience. Council, we've had several table motions on the bid from McCarthy Well Company. We've talked about it. I think one of the biggest challenges is that our well, which we were hoping to get a quote for, was taken back to McCarthy. At that point, we did find out that there was another company, Hydro Engineering, which was willing to do it at less expense. At that point, McCarthy informed us that we had about over $6,000 into simply having them come out, pick up the motor, and then it's a large piece of equipment. It's got a shaft, and they took the motor and the shaft back to the shop to diagnose and figure out what the problem was. And just to do that, that's where we incurred the $6,000 cost. Initially, the cost was a little bit higher. However, Lee and I have had a phone conference with Tim from McCarthy Well. At that time, we determined that we didn't need to get a new motor. We actually have a recommendation from a local electrician, actually I think a couple different people, who said there is no problem with the motor, but it's something with the shaft which froze up. So I basically, I've talked with both Greg and Lee about the situation and the challenges associated with trying to get a quote on a piece of equipment like this. McCarthy Well has in the past done servicing on this well. They have been doing work for quite a few number of years on it, and so that's where the first call went to them. And Hydro Engineering, who's claiming that they can do it for, is it about almost just under $8,000, has not worked on this equipment before. We even reached out to McCarthy Well to have them help diagnose what are the differences in the two quotes without providing the name of Hydro Engineering. And we really are at a loss for where we go from here, so that's why I invited Greg and Lee to come in and to have discussions with you and to share with you, you know, why trying to get a quote on a piece of equipment like this is so difficult, and why it's not as easy as just simply asking for two different quotes and then picking the lowest cost and moving ahead with them. So
I think I'm Greg Stang, Region Manager of People Services. You guys know Lee. I think what we'll do is we'll just have Lee Lee was here for the whole thing.
I want to start this from the beginning, and because there's some ways this is normal procedures that are taking with some of this. So in the first part of June, I got notified from Lee Forcier that our high service pump for the water treatment plant failed, and it won't start. It keeps faulting out on the variable speed drive. And there's two of them in there, they alternate. What the high service pump does is it takes the treated water and pumps it into the system, fills your water tower. Basically, that's what supplies water to the community. You're down one. It is important to get this fixed. Because this could end up being an emergency if the other one failed. You don't have water, you're gonna have to pump untreated water into the system, and residents will not be happy. They both failed, I found out through history, back in 2005. And when one got replaced, McCarthy told me it was a few weeks later that the other one failed. The reason I called McCarthy, well, first off, I got the electrician in, let's make sure, because we already replaced a drive on it. This stuff's been in place since 1996. They've been worked on 5 times. There's an issue. And they got stickers on everything. I'll back up. I got the electrician in. Let's make sure the motors are cheap on them. They don't cost much, a couple $1,000s at the most. They pull off. They got a long shaft goes through it instead of a shaft built into it. Well, it's brushes and bearings. He pulled the motor not off of it, but made it so it could run. Fires it up, it runs fine. Without it, there's a clutch on there. He disengaged the clutch on it. He megged the motor, checked the windings on it, and checked everything, and said there's nothing wrong with that motor. And basically said that if, they're cheap, that if it does fail, they'd rebuild it for us. He can easily do it. So McCarthy Well has worked on this stuff forever that I know of. They got stickers on everything. Every year they come in and do well pump checks on them, annual maintenance, draws, make sure everything they check our wells, the high service pumps, they go through everything, make sure they're working right. So that's who I called, and they said, yep, we know exactly what's wrong with it. This has happened 5 times before. So
and what should we do? Well, we need to pull it. So then I talked to Pat, well, should we pull it? Yep. And then maybe where the misunderstanding has come in, that when you call a well company and they come and pull, they're taking it. That's the way it is. It's like you're calling, your car's broke down on the side of the road and you're calling a tow truck to have it towed. Because these things are big. This thing's 25 foot tall, not including into the ground, with about 4 or 5 feet on top of it. And it goes all the way up and out, and it's big.
8-inch iron pipe,
It's
right?
8-inch iron pipe with
So
pumps
it's
and
heavy,
everything.
it's not, we
It's-
don't lift
This is nothing small. It pumps, it's set to pump at 575 gallons a minute, and it's turned down on the drive. This thing can pump 900 gallons a minute if it had to. We can make some water. I mean, this is not some small equipment. So, and that's just the way it is. So they take it back to the shop, come, okay, what is it gonna be to fix it? They come up with this price of $16,000. Well, no, they didn't. They came back and said we owed them this, and this was half partial payment. They came back the next day when they had it back at $8,000 and said that was gonna be half. And I called Greg right away and I talked to Pat, like, that's ridiculous. So, out of our own due diligence to the city, we had to call somebody and get a quote. So we called Hydra Engineering. I've worked with them in the past on other wells. We pulled probably 6 wells over there, and every one I've been pulled, they take it back to the shop. So I guess you gotta rely on a person's honesty, and we felt that they weren't being too honest with us here. And we were, trying to look out for the best interest of the city, so I went into the as-built book of what it is when it was originally put in, and we sent that over to Hydro. They came back with this. There are also open-ended items on that estimate that's from there that they don't know, because they have to go pick it up and bring it over there. They could basically have an open checkbook, and, we need this, we need this, we need this, and we're gonna charge you so much an hour, so, I don't know. And there's some controversy with McCarthy saying that these parts are all ceramic coated in it, where Hydro says these are all stainless steel. That was originally put in there. So they're all arguing back and forth on the price. So that's when me and Pat got on the phone with McCarthy and go, wait a minute, you're kinda out of line here, you know what I mean, on that, and we don't believe there's nothing wrong with the motor, but they only had $3,400 motor and clutch. Well, we got them to come down over $5,000 off the price. So we're at 11,000 something on it to get it done and get it back in. Is there a lesson learned here? Absolutely. I'm not going back there.
That's what I was gonna say. I
But-
think
but-
we're done with those people.
We're done with those. The sad part is you can't, okay, so what is it gonna be to come and get it? Well, you owe $6,000. No, we don't. But how are you gonna, there's no way they have that kind of money in that pump. So they're making us stuck with it, And I sure didn't want it to go this way and that, and, when maybe it got sucked in a little bit when they said, we know what this is wrong, we've done this 5 times here before, and it is what it is. I mean, we tried to, to compare difference, cause, you try to get 2 quotes, but it doesn't always work on something like this. There's only a handful of well drillers in the state that can deal with something like this, so they got you kinda bound, when they take it, and that, you gotta put your trust in them,
Yeah. We, like Lee said, when we seen, he called me $16,000 to fix it. Wow, that could be like a whole new pump with motor, and it just sounded really high, so it's like, well, let's check with someone else, and we kinda kick it back and forth. So, well, I do it. Well, let's give them a try and see, at least a ballpark, so they could kinda tell us, yeah, that's way too high, they're, putting the screws to whatever, so that's kinda why we did it, and, it's like $5,000 less right now. But they did have the motor in there if they wanted to replace too.
Yeah.
And it's no sense replacing the motor. The motor sits right on top, like essentially the electrician basically had the motor on hook, except for when he tested it and stuff, it's not that hard, so if the motor goes out, it's simple.
Simple to replace.
Yeah.
Right.
And because then the pump and everything, because it's a line shaft turbine is
Yeah.
what it is, and the shaft was out there on the bottom, that's where the pump is 25 feet down basically. So it was,
So if we pick the pump up from McCarthy, they want $6,000 for what they've done.
they said that.
If we give over to Hydro, they want
And then
another
it's
7.
Right.
Yeah, another 8, well, it's another 7,800, whatever the number is, plus. And we don't know how much the plus is, because they kinda went off of, we don't even know for sure if what we gave on the drawings is actually what is there. Cause it's been worked on so many times.
So this $11,697, that does not include the 6,000, or does it?
that does not include the 6,000.
I believe that's all part of it.
That's
done.
That's total
That
bid.
does.
That's total bill.
So-
And the only thing that's being taken off is they're not rebuilding the road.
Okay, so then my next question to you is, are the warranties the same from both companies, or there is no warranty?
This
The
is a
warranty-
maintenance thing, you know, it's not like
Oh,
a big
okay,
project.
okay,
It's
I didn't know.
maintenance.
So are we better off to finish with this company and just simply never go back to them again?
Or bid, or
Probably be-
send out for bids or something.
I mean, we go pick it up and we have to haul it somewhere else and still pay them 6,000.
After this, I wouldn't have them haul it out of here, I mean, so I wouldn't even call them, I mean, they're.
It doesn't make sense to pay them 6,000 and then the other one 8,000, cause it's less money. I mean, we're just gonna have to bite the bullet one time, pay it, and say, see you later, McCarthy.
Yeah,
I think you're
You
right.
got us once good, it's not happening again.
Right.
And we're at the mercy of one clear well pump right now, you know, and it's kind of an emergency thing, the sooner the better we can get this done. Because if the other one fails,
Yeah, we're,
we could still provide water, but it wouldn't be treated water, it'd come straight from the wells, wouldn't be good.
it wouldn't be good. It's treating for iron, manganese, arsenic,
God, people gotta do
radium,
that crap.
so. We get a lot of complaints. So,
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve that repair by McCarthy Well for $11,697.50 and just get it back.
I would agree,
ASAP.
I'll second that, and never go back there again.
Well, never's a long time, Tom.
Yeah.
Well, as long as I'm alive or around, or here.
That might even be longer.
No, it won't be.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Batchor, second by Councilmember Hattlestead, to approve the bid of repair service pump number 2 at the water treatment facility by McCarthy Well in the amount of $11,697.50. Is there any further discussion?
I'll just thank you guys for coming and explaining this, cause, I mean,
Yes.
we all have the same frustrations, it sounds like,
Right.
and to actually get
Yeah.
it explained so that we know what's going on makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a world of difference. Thank you.
It still hurts, but.
yes, it does.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No,
Vote of 4 to 1, the motion passes. 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
So since we have you here, did you get this, did you get a copy of this?
From
Mr.
Mr. Reeds.
Talking a little bit through the hall about
Okay.
it.
Is that something that we can implement right away? It doesn't seem like
You
it's
know, I actually have a
huge or
couple
anything
notes I
like
was
that.
gonna quickly mention, because I know it's getting late,
Yeah.
you guys wanna get out.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
Such
I-
as the manholes, by the creek and stuff, we did inspect them earlier, you know, before this, it was a spring time,
Yeah,
right?
we were down there this spring and everything was fine, and then we
Yeah.
were there once after, everything was fine, because half of this year, that's been underwater.
Is there something way we can keep that lid from being, you
Well,
Oh, yeah,
know?
we're gonna put
Can we
that-
lock it?
No, we got one better yet.
Oh, you're putting an extension
We're
on.
gonna put a 4-foot extension on it
Okay.
and put top
So
back
if they
on it,
run
and
into-
he
run
has
into
he's
it,
gonna
it's-
damage his
Cause it
equipment.
Damage
was,
of
it was hit by
equipment.
the farmer,
Yeah.
if you guys didn't
Yeah.
know that. It was-
Okay,
Oh, it was hit by the
Yes.
farmer?
Yeah, but there's posts around it, and on the other edge of it, 2 of the posts are gone, ran over, fell
Okay.
down, and the whole cover got moved over about a foot.
okay.
Oh, sure.
And what we're gonna do is, we have our monthly work orders that we do, we're gonna generate monthly work orders to just make a walk down, or if it's possible to get down there if the creek into it.
Yeah,
Go down there, inspect them and document it, and then also go walk, if we can get through the fairgrounds, I'm not sure if they allow, but, and make sure all the caps are on and
Yeah,
everything else,
yeah.
because that's, just a monthly work order I'll walk to.
I would say that they will allow it, right?
I think they will.
I think they will allow it. If you need
That's-
permission and they don't give it to you, I think come through the council or whatever, and
Yep.
we will find
There-
permission.
It's all open, they're all exposed at the
Yeah.
outside. so
And
that's-
you know, they're not against trying to fix the problem. It's just a matter of us getting there to make sure that they're
It's-
doing what they need to do to,
Yeah.
Yeah, cause that's a lot of water in a hurry, it's a
It
big
can be,
area,
yeah.
impervious,
Can be.
huge.
So if we can take care of that.
that'd be
on
great
our
if you could
end,
put that on your schedule to.
I've always had a question, there's no way to lock down those, caps? My thought is if the city locked them down and had the key, when it's appropriate to open them, Fair Board contacts the city goes out and unlocks them, then the city makes sure that the caps are put back on again.
Well, yeah, 'cause the only time that they said that they need that one cap is for when fair's going
The
to,
fair.
and then that's it.
Or if they'd have a Holstein conference or something, I think maybe they use it then, but, yeah, that's the only time,
Events then.
events, yeah.
There'd be cost involved in it, you know, you'd have to dig up the cement around it and put some kind of metal cover on it with a lock. You know, that they flip it up, take it off, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Well,
If
it would-
If
If
we're
it
having
helps
issues
stop
with it,
someone from getting water in their basement,
That,
I am all for it.
I went up and for $4.65, I bought a cap and put the cap on it
Yep.
to make it stop.
Done
That
deal.
screws in, they never had that on there, except on the one. And that's what got taken off, and they put a 90 on it and changed it from a 6 to a 4, and nobody put a cap on it. It was, I was out there this spring, it was capped. Sometime between then and now, somebody.
so
altered
then
it.
maybe what we need to do is have more of a permanent situation on there. A lockable cap.
But I think we need to work with them, not just
Right.
go out there and do it.
No.
You know, we
Right.
need
Well,
to
explain what's happening.
explain
explain why we
going
wanna
on,
do it
Why
and
we
what-
wanna do
yeah.
it.
Explain what's happening.
Yeah.
Another thing to look at, you know, everything kinda going green, stuff like that, I don't know technology out there, what, is there a way to just eliminate it and then it could be naturally into something and then they clean it up? Just like hauling away manure or something like that, and it's done and don't even get into the system, you know what I mean? I don't know, it's just a thought,
Yeah.
you know, is there something out there?
I'm not hearing what you said, Lee.
Well, is there some kind of other alternative for them that they have to go down the sewer drain? You know what I mean? That they even have to be there? Can the stuff just, you know, run away, collect, and then they clean it up, you know?
Well, it's in town.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's just on site, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, those are all good points, but I think we have to visit with them about that and.
You know, I've seen at different campgrounds, they have for the, draining your holding tanks on your
The
motorhomes.
RVs,
They have caps that are lockable.
Yeah.
And that go right over the,
So I was thinking something like that,
yeah.
maybe some
Yeah,
metal
but-
strap or something.
But then that's the thing, there's 3 of them out there that do this, and all 3 of them would have to be redesigned, something added up to the top of them or something to make them, that they come up, you know? Cause that's the problem, they're all in underground.
The underground.
And then they won't work if you bring them too high.
Or, you know what I mean, something,
Something,
yeah,
yeah, whatever the cap is, you're gonna have to be able to remove.
yeah.
Any other comments on Mr. Reitz's points? I guess let's get to that. and
The other
we had-
one, with how he contacted me for us here, our employee, and I know he was stuck, like he wasn't able to get into town, right? Wasn't it something like that the last time?
The last time it was deeper than like the truck doors, and the bottom, it was barricaded off from what I understand. And
That he wasn't able to,
Yeah, I know he was talking to John, and John told him it was good to go in there, you know.
and
from what he
essentially,
said.
when you get there, the
And-
level's already going down in the lift station, that it starts keeping up already, you miss the peak. You know, that's why there's no pumping set up, that was my understanding, right?
Right, by the time it came up so fast and it was already in the basement, I mean, it sounds like within 10-15 minutes, it was already there. To get somebody there in time and get pumps set up, the damage is done.
Yeah.
And by the time you got there, you opened it up, it was all going down, and within 20-30 minutes, it was gone, you know? So,
You're talking about Napa now, is that what you're talking, or where?
that whole area.
That whole area,
That whole
okay,
area, yeah.
okay.
And just for clarification too, you know, you had mentioned that the lift station alarm, when it goes on, isn't it green and red? And when it goes on red, doesn't that just mean that it's dealing with a high level?
There is no green and red.
Oh.
It's got a high level alarm in it, goes on, light goes on the top, and then that sends a signal over to to what they call SCADA system, it's a radio system, over to the wastewater plant, and there's a dialer that dials out there. And it happens within a minute. When that light goes off, we're getting a phone call. Lee Forcier was on call, he's number 1 on that list to get called.
So when that light
He
goes,
was in town within 15 minutes of him getting that call. You know, so the light is set up on that lift station that, once it's done, you have to reset it. And go in there and actually flip a switch to reset that light, because that tells us it goes into a redundancy backup mode. There's a level transducer in there, and if that level transducer would fail, there's 2 floats that take over, and instead of that level transducer, so you don't get sewer backups, and that high level alarm is hooked to that top float. So once it gets set down, you gotta switch in there resets the breaker, that trip that set the alarm off, then it goes back to working on the transducer instead of the floats. And just so you're sure, before this happened in June, we had Quality Flow out here and they went to that lift station, there was no problems with it. Did the annual maintenance, did a complete checkup on it, pulled pumps, checked everything, it was fine.
What about his comment about cutting off that line that goes underneath the school? And, you know, that was not the right thing to do. Do you have any reaction to that?
If that was like overflow kind of thing, you know, I
Right.
could see where that added
Yeah.
to it, you know,
Yeah.
he might have a good point there.
Okay.
Well, we're getting flooding on both sides of the school now, on Clinton. And we never did before.
On Chandler, you mean?
Chandler,
So-
sorry. yes.
Until that school was,
Until that piece was taken out, so what can we do? I mean, I don't know, if there's anything that we can do or whatever to alleviate that now, that issue. By taking that out, how can we like replace it? I mean, there's a building there
Larger
now.
lines around it or something to alleviate it, I'm not sure.
Let me ask a crazy question.
Go for it.
Is there an outside chance that after the construction on that line down Chandler, that something could have fallen in there to restrict the flow of the sanitary sewer?
There's always a chance, absolutely.
I mean, that-
I don't think the stormwater's getting away, you know?
I mean,
There's-
could a cement block or a boulder or a pipe slipped out of place or?
Are you talking about when they fixed that manhole by the hospital entry?
No,
No, you're
further
talking.
down the line. I mean,
Further-
anywhere from Highway 5 down to past the school or where the,
Oh, you're going west or
Going
east? I was
east.
going west. Okay,
Well,
I'm sorry.
when the sanitary hits the school lift station, there's a force main, and that pushes all the way across Main Street to First Avenue and Baker, I believe. That's a 6 or 4 inch unobstructed line all the way there. I mean, nothing can get through there, cause it'd have to get through a pump.
yeah, I'm just thinking, you know,
Yeah.
could something have fallen in there that's restricting the flow to back it up to cause the issue?
But what's happening is it's doing it on both sides of the school. The school is here, and it's sewage on this side and sewage on this side. There never was sewage issues
until,
until
Yep.
the building was put
and
up.
then that new problem came.
Yeah.
Well,
One other quick comment yet on number 2 pump, the failure and stuff at the water plant. Just kind of planting the seed, letting you guys aware, that water plant was constructed in '96. There has not been much for upgrades there. We're kind of fixing, you know, as we're going kind of thing. I know you guys talked about capital improvement plans, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This might be a good thing to plant the seed to start going on something because it's, you know, they design them for 20 years. They always let you pay for them for 40, but it's designed for 20. And, you know, we're greater than 20.
Could you possibly give the city a list of things that we should be looking at upgrading in the next 4 or 5 years? So we could include those in
Yeah.
our CIP?
Yep.
Great.
Absolutely.
That would really help because, yeah, I would be all for including
You know,
that.
because it's still the media and still the same
Yep.
original valves and the air dryer don't work and there's different things that just.
We don't know if you don't tell us.
Yep, no, and that's why I'm planting,
Yeah,
letting
that's
you
a great
guys know
idea.
there's
and I
different
would-
things.
Yeah, if you were, just name them all and put the importance or which one should be
Yep.
done. You think, I understand, number 14 could all of a sudden be number 2 or number 1 next week, I get that. But we don't know.
Yeah, priority list here, maybe that we need to tackle it. And
You know, sometimes the economy scale says, let's just do one project and get her done, you know, because the guys are here. You know, otherwise it nickels and dimes kind of this way it's done, one bond or whatever it's gonna take and it's over with.
Well, you can present it a couple different ways if you want.
Yep.
That would be good. Help us understand.
Okay.
thanks, fellas.
You bet,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's get on some order of, 10E. Yep, 10E is where I'm at. That would be a resolution authorizing the city to work with Minnesota Valley, and that is for that street light replacement loan.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the city of Arlington to work with Minnesota Valley Cooperative for financing the 2019 street light replacement project.
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Batchor introduced resolution 46-2019. It was seconded by Councilmember Hattlestead, and that is a resolution.
Make a correction.
Yes.
It should be 44.
I said 44.
Did you? Yep, Rich said
Oh,
46.
46 is on
So,
my agenda.
yes, in there.
In error, okay, oh, and it's on here too, 44, all right. Okay, resolution 44-2019, a resolution authorizing the city of Arlington to work with Minnesota Valley Electric Cooperative, MVEC, for financing the 2019 street light replacement project. And that again was introduced by Batchor, second by Hattlestead. Are there any questions? And vote by roll call, Councilmember Yashewski.
Yes.
Councilmember Cowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Hattlestead.
Yes.
Councilmember Highland.
Yes.
Councilmember Batchor.
Yes.
All in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted.
Mayor, can we do number 14 so Kirby can keep going?
Sure. We'll jump around to 14, yeah. Item 14, approving bids for concrete work at substation northeast of town.
Council members, last time we looked at this purchase, there was concern. We had budgeted in the 2017 budget 10,000, and obviously the quotes that came in at 28,000, and the one which was much lower at 19,000 has now been up. Or I'm sorry, the one that came in was at 31,655, and then the second one was at 19,997. Since that time, we have had one quote that was updated. The $19,997 quote has been updated to $28,897. I also did inquire with MVEC Kurt Court, who assists us with these projects, and he, upon notification of what the cost numbers were coming in at, did inform me that they did have a $60,000 project which they had in the budget for 2019 that they won't have to pay for. So he was fine with us going ahead and proceeding with this project. Is there anything that you'd like to weigh in on for that, Kirby?
Nothing in particular, that's just in case there's questions around my
How much of that area are they gonna concrete?
All of it.
Do you remember the dimensions? That whole area where the transformers
both
are?
sides of the fence.
That's pretty wide by very long. I mean, that's.
Yeah, it's a big area.
Did both the contractors work off the same specs on that?
Not originally, that's why.
Why?
I made a revised bid.
Why? Why weren't sent out to the same ones to both?
It was. What happened was Whitmer, was gonna use all the existing gravel and stuff to compact.
Okay,
And I saw that, I recognized that after I pushed it through, and I said, that's not right. I contacted Whitmer, I said, our other bid, has 12 inches of gravel added, compacted. That's in the specs, so that's what we gotta
Okay.
go with. And he admitted that he overlooked it or something like that.
Hmm.
But anyways, that's.
I have a little problem dealing with bids when they're made public and then all of a sudden one of them gets to revise their bid. Just doesn't sound right to me. But
How
either,
do we handle that?
well, I think once the bids are made public, well, I guess personally, I would have gone back to CMC and asked them if they wanted to revise their
I
bid.
did ask.
You did?
Yep.
Oh, okay. And they chose not to? All right. Well, at least they're closer this time than what they were before, so. All right, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve a bid for concrete work at the substation northeast town along Highway 5 with Woodmer Masonry, $28,897.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Cowell, second by Councilmember Yashewski to approve the bid for concrete work at the substation northeast of town along Highway 5. The revised bid from Widmer Construction, or Widmer Masonry of LeSueur for the amount of $28,897. Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
4 votes in favor, 1 opposed, the motion passes. Okay,
Change mine to a no also. I never voted,
didn't you vote?
I did not.
Well, it's too late.
Okay,
We got 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. 3, 1, and 1. Okay, let me know if I leave something behind here, but, item 11, we go back to 11. First reading of ordinance 326.
I'll turn it over to Ross or the chief if he cares to speak on the truancy ordinance.
Chief has been working with the school for some time, perceived issues with increased truancy rates, and other cities have enacted somewhat similar enforcement ordinances to get the police involved when appropriate, and to provide some sanctions on the students, their parents, guardians, or local business owners, whoever might be involved in aiding and abetting the truancy issues. So this is a model ordinance the chief provided from other sources, and I edited it a little bit. But Chief?
I guess I would just add the school had a little bit of input in there as well. They've reviewed it and I guess are appreciative of your work and thought that it meets the goals that we're looking for at the end of the day here. I think the advantage is going to be to try and get this implemented before the first of the school year starts. And if we can make an impression with it right away, then it's going to be a little bit more impactful throughout the rest of the year. So I appreciate your work.
Very well put together. I read it through and it's, makes sense. Anybody have any concerns with this? You've all had a chance to read it. Okay, this will be considered then the first reading of ordinance number 326.
Thank you.
Item 15?
Mayor, could we go to item 12 and unfinished business? We talked about hemp heaven and I don't know.
Yes, I had that down below to talk
Oh,
about
okay,
it
just
again, but
drop it.
way at the end, discussion.
That's just fine,
Open
thank you.
discussion.
I
Yep,
apologize.
Yep, no problem. No problem. Item 15, approve or deny extending the application deadline for council member recruitment.
Just to make you aware, council members, we had one application that was later withdrawn, so at the end of the period, we did not have any applicants for the soon-to-be vacated Highland council position, so.
I may have to delay my moving.
It's a lifetime job, you can't leave. So, looking for direction from you in terms of how you would like to proceed. One option that we certainly have is to extend it for another 2-week period and maybe to try and get the word out. We have had a few individuals who have stopped by the counter, should say one individual who stopped by the counter who did express an interest in applying. So that would be a possibility, and then if there are any individuals that you could reach out to who, you know, might have been interested, encouraging them to apply as well.
And his term is how long?
Young man did talk to me at the, oh, I'm sorry, somebody.
Yep. He was asking how long the term is, and it's
3.5 years.
3.5, yeah, approximately.
At the fair, a young man approached me and talked about it, and And I said, well, if nobody else applies, I might go apply. So I said, go apply now.
That would be someone to, yeah, for you to make contact with
Yeah,
again.
but I don't know his name.
Well,
You don't know his
if he's
name.
interested, he'll be in to see Pat.
He what?
If he is interested, he will be in to see Pat.
Yeah.
Did
No,
you
I
get
know-
my
I know who he
emails
is.
earlier today? Okay, I'll resend it.
I'd like to see us advertise for 2 more weeks. I thought I had 2 candidates that were gonna do it, and one, I still have one that will, but he won't do it for
Okay,
2
that's
years.
fine.
But I still think we can find some people.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I really believe in 2 weeks I can find somebody that's, I think would be good. I quit looking after I thought I had the one all done, and then he got his resume all written up, and then he didn't turn it in. And I said, thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the, extending the application deadline for council member recruitment for 2 weeks.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Batchor, second by Councilmember Hattlestead to extend the application deadline for council member recruitment for an additional 2 weeks.
One item I would just like to clear up, I believe that there was some misunderstanding. There was actually a document, when we were looking at the council member position that was open, we looked to see if there was any description, council member description, previously created for the open position. And in the process, I pulled up a previous document, printed it, and it was a document that was, quite questionable. And he said, we're not gonna be using this. I put it down on the counter, and we proceeded to pull up some information from the League of Minnesota Cities that was much more thorough and complete about the responsibilities and the role of being a council member. By accident, the document that we never intended to use was handed out to an individual. And I think that word of that traveled pretty quick about town. It was never intended to be, it was kind of written in almost kind of a folksy, humorous type manner. That was never intended to be a job description for a council member, and we're embarrassed that it got out, but it unfortunately was there on the counter and was given out in error. So just to let you know that we have a much more thorough and accurate description of what the council member job position entails.
And that person that received that was the one that was going to apply, but that did not fall into his decision to not.
Thank goodness.
So don't be concerned about that.
Okay.
That was not part of his decision-making process.
Okay, it's good to hear.
All right, I did call that question, didn't I? The 2 week, yes, I did. I remember now I did. The 2 week extension. So beginning tomorrow, going for 2 weeks or whatever. All right, item 18, the pay estimate, partial pay estimate, William Miller and Sons, street project.
Council members, just looking for your approval to go ahead and approve that pay estimate in the amount of $415,026.62 for the work on the 2019 street utility improvement project. Things for the most part are on track, despite the rain, different things that we've had, and we've had a few little hiccups along the way, shutting off some water to some properties, but we got over that, and things are going relatively well, I believe. We haven't had a lot of complaints, and Alec from Bolton and Mink, when we do get complaints, has been following up quite quickly on it.
Make a motion to approve partial pay estimate number 2, William Mueller and Sons, in the amount of $415,026.62 for work on the 2019 street and utility project.
Is there a second? Right there, Ben?
Whatever.
Motion by Councilmember Batchor, second by Councilmember Yashewski to approve the partial pay estimate number 2 from William Miller and Sons in the amount of $415,026.62. Any further questions? Discussion, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Did you vote, Highland?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
I was in favor of it.
Motion carried. And lastly, I think, before we get down to discussion, would be the approve or deny contract for prosecution services.
Ross, I'll let you take that one if you.
Thanks. The committee delegated by the council, which was the mayor and council member Hellstead, met with representatives from Green Isle and the county, and we discussed the possible terms of the contract. County attorney then drafted up a proposed contract. I had some comments on it. The mayor had a couple of questions. County attorney redrafted it in response to that, and I think it met our concerns, and so we felt it was at the point where we should present it to the council. Also, Green Isle is going to be looking at it. If the councils approve it as to form, next step is it would then go back before the county board for approval. And then if it's approved by everybody, then the county attorney's office has to start a job search. They'll be hiring another attorney and another assistant, not just for this, but as I think I've related to the council, this fell in very well with the county attorney's wish to convince the county board that he needed more help because his workload is increasing rapidly as well. And so this is just a partial justification to convince the county board to hire extra personnel. But he's not sure how long that job search would take. He's hopefully a couple of months. That gets us towards the end of the year, and as the council knows, my goal was to get out from under this by the end of the year at the very latest. So I am hoping the council would favorably consider approving this. If it does again, though, it has to go before the county board. They've seen a draft of it, but they haven't, formally approved it yet. So, one thing I did point out, there is an out clause in this, and that was one concern the mayor had. What if our prosecution volume dropped? For example, if we decided we didn't need the fourth officer anymore, so we shrank to a 3-officer department, or the chief suddenly started taking naps under the shade tree instead of, chasing bad guys. The out is that this could be canceled with or without cause on 6 months' notice. So it is a 5-year contract, but we actually have a 6-month out clause. And the theory behind that, it would not necessarily be that the contract would be canceled, but that it would put us in a position to renegotiate with the county based on volume of prosecution and presumably we'd arrive at a lower figure if the prosecutions dropped way down. I don't see that happening. So.
I would assume if the county would take this over, we would get a report at the end of each year as to the number of prosecutions?
Yes, I discussed that with Dave, and in fact, I think it says it in the contract somewhere that there is, that the county is going to be issuing reports on that.
Okay.
And of course, they could, give us a report whenever we request it.
I also think that for the $125 an hour, I think the county is being more than fair with us. That's what Attorney Arneson has been charging us. That's what the county will charge us. And I believe that we can't go to a private attorney anywhere and find someone that's gonna do it for less than $125. It's not even reasonable to think that. Ross has just given us a good deal for years.
That's true.
That's why I said it.
I wanted to mention to the council, I did have a firm, not in the county, but in the region. Apparently they saw some of the articles in local papers, and they said that if this didn't work out with the county, they'd like to be considered for this. And the quote was between $135 and $150 an hour. And the other factor, of course, is the travel time. As I'd mentioned before, the county attorney is officed at the courthouse. And we, I think somewhat jokingly at the meeting, said that, well, you know, maybe there'd be a time card saying, walked up the stairs, you know, 10 minutes, you know, this is the bill. But any outside firm, you know, they're gonna charge, you know, for the time and coming into the county and dealing with these things.
In addition to that, if I could just add, we also have our contact time, which would be drive time and meeting time where we need to discuss cases, and it would, I'm not sure where that would be, where they were located at when they were making that offer, but for us to have to drive and prepare for jury trials and send discs, DVDs, and that extra communication too would certainly be more of a burden.
Sure.
County attorney's office is very convenient.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that if we approve it, that the county approves it, because I think it's a great deal for Arlington. I really do.
Then also Green Isle is gonna be acting on the same thing.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Ross, will there be any prosecutions that you do, or will all of the prosecutions be?
No, again, the county would take on all prosecutions. Right now I do petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors, and a few gross misdemeanors, all based on state statutes as to jurisdiction. Right now, the county does already, and it always has, prosecuted Arlington City, gross misdemeanors and felonies, which is the county attorney's function. Okay, so that's by law, they don't charge us for those, okay? But it isn't part of their function to prosecute city petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors. So that's why we need to contract with them for that. Okay. But it would be all prosecutions, all criminal prosecutions. Now, anything that is an administrative enforcement step, I would still handle. A big example is nuisance cases. I would be still involved in warning people that they're in violation of city ordinance. And there are also some administrative penalties that we may be involved in. I would still continue to do all of that. But if, let's say, somebody isn't responding to our administrative warnings, we need to go to the next level and have the chief's department issue a criminal citation. Then it goes over to the county attorney.
So citation is what triggers it. Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the contract for prosecution services between City of Arlington and the City County Attorney's Office.
I will second that.
Motion by Councilmember Batchor, second by Councilmember Hattlestead, to approve the contract for prosecution services between the City of Arlington and the Sibley County Attorney's Office. Any further questions, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried.
I thank the council.
As much as we'd like to keep you.
We'll still have a little piece.
Well, yes.
Okay, I'd like to move into miscellaneous business. Have we forgotten anything above that, before that? Anybody notice? I don't think we did, but say now or speak now or forever hold your peace.
Thank you.
Okay, open discussion. First item I have on mine is, does anyone want to comment on the resignations, recent resignations, 2 committee members? Be careful what you, by using names, we're still being taped, so.
I'd like to say something, and it kind of is both things. I've been very troubled as there are 2 city committee members, I'm screwed up here, the 2 city committees that do not appear to be working in harmony. On 2 different occasions, I have suggested to the council that we need to address this to help the 2 committees work in harmony for the better of the community. At one committee meeting, a council member was verbally attacked. Now we have 2 committee members resigned in the past week. On one committee, the chair resigned. On the other committee, I am confused as to what happened because I've received 2 versions of what happened. At this time, the council needs to determine what our next steps are to resolve these issues and move forward. We need to take care of this. This went on way too long. Now we've got people resigning, we got everybody upset, and we still haven't resolved our problem. I don't know what that resolution is.
Yeah.
All I know is we really seriously need to do something. We've gotta get to the bottom of this. We got planning and zoning that's really upset with the EDA, we got the EDA upset with the planning and zoning, and now we got people resigning.
Do you think the resignations, those personalities that did resign?
I don't think
Are
so,
gonna
no.
have a calming effect on anything?
I think that, I think our problem's still there, that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
I think our issue is still in place. I truly do.
Okay. Anyone else? Comments?
Well, I've been hearing some buzz on the street about the resignations, and I think I straightened out the people that had some wrong information. And, I told them your version of the story and what I had heard, and, I think that hopefully settled that.
I just wanna hope we can resolve it so we don't have to deal with like those things anymore. I mean, this goes back long past November, this goes back a long ways. This problem just keeps going on,
Really?
really.
Of course, I'm not at the meeting, so I don't.
See, there's the
But it's-
difference where Michelle and I are on the EDA and the planning and zoning, so of course, I'm not on the planning and zoning, but I do go to some of the meetings, and I'm on the EDA. So I probably know maybe as much or more than a lot of people do because I attend so many of those meetings. But the only reason we have a problem. I told Pat and the mayor about a week and a half ago in a meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong, that I said, pretty soon we're gonna have people resigning. And I'm not trying to stand here as the all-star by any means and say, see, I was right. All I'm trying to say is, this stuff's happening and it's gonna continue to happen. I mean, it's a tough deal. Like Ross had said, it's the city's dirty laundry, but we gotta address it. Or pretty soon we're gonna have more resign. And pretty soon half of our people on our committees are not going to be there, and then try to find a committee member. We aren't going to be able to. I don't know if we set up a group of people to work through, I don't know what the answer. Attorney Arneson and I have talked about this, I think 2-3 times, haven't we, Ross? And I don't know if we've got any further than we need to address this. I just don't know what the answer is, other than we gotta do something.
Well, a small part of the conflict is always necessarily going to be there. When you think of the functions of those two committees, EDA, promote business growth. Planning and zoning, make sure that new businesses follow the rules. Zoning, building codes, things of that nature. So there's always going to be a little bit of a natural conflict between their functions. And I think some people, somewhat facetiously, but not completely, said, well, let's just swap the personnel of those committees so they can see it from the other side. Again, it's not practical, but there is that natural little bit of conflict, but that's not the main problem here, okay? I think if that were all that were taking place, we would hopefully expect Arlington nice, to prevail, as it usually does, and that they have respectful, disagreements, not open conflict. But I don't have any magic solution.
Nor do I.
Would it be possible to, I don't know, we can't, I don't believe that we could take 3 people from the council and sit down and work through this as a committee, because then, of course, we're breaking the open meeting law, correct? With the
Yes,
council people?
yes.
So would it be possible maybe to have 2 council people and Pat, or 2 council people and the mayor, or 2 council people with both Pat and the mayor? sit down and meet a few times and see, we gotta do something. Our problem isn't going away. I mean, now look at the problems we have now. And we have two ex-mayors that are both well-respected in town, and they're both gone. And I don't think either of them have probably too much good to say about what's going on. Or the council for not, I'm not saying we haven't tried to address it, because we did have some meetings. And I understand the frustration on both sides. But, we gotta do something.
And I don't know that what we did previously addressed the issues. I mean,
Well, it got out of hand right away. It got so far out of hand immediately, and that's why I think maybe if two council people and you, or two council people and both the mayor, however we set that up, and maybe at a later date, then we invite in Cynthia Strack-Smith along with one of the planning and zoning directors and maybe one of the EDA people instead of the whole committee, because then everybody gets offended and everybody's protecting their EDA person and everybody's protecting their planning and zoning person, and I think we gotta small that down a bit. So we get heads in there that are cool and hey, we gotta work through this. I don't know what's gonna come out of it. I'm hoping some peace will come out of it and everybody will work together. That would be my hope. 'Cause I just don't see that happening until we do that.
It's interesting how we had the one joint meeting at the beginning of was that just the beginning of the year, around January? And everything went hunky-dory.
I don't think it went hunky-dory.
You don't think it did?
No.
See,
No, it did not.
That's my
That was
grasp.
rough.
Nothing went well and nothing got
No,
accomplished.
that was people
Okay.
sitting in chairs being very polite.
Well, that's true, yeah.
And nobody was saying what they felt.
Well, that's
which
true.
is not healthy in an environment. People should be able to say what they feel and be able to bring up things that are outside the box,
The
inside the
problems.
box, or whatever it may be,
Mhm.
and not feel like they're gonna be attacked, not feel like it's a bad idea, feel like, you can agree with me or you could disagree with me, it's fine, it doesn't matter.
I just
But at
w-
the end of the day, if you're open to listen, right? You have your mind set on something.
So then when we did meet and they let out their feelings, that wasn't so good either.
But,
Because
you know,
they went
well,
af-
no, but
they
I
went
think
after
that was-
individuals.
But we
That was
aired some of
camped
our
up.
problems.
That was,
And I think those problems have to be aired. I really do. I wish that and I'm not blaming it on Cynthia or Jim, so please don't anybody get that idea. It's deeper than that. And maybe some of the players are gone now, but I will say this, that when we had that meeting and Cynthia did her talk, and then Jim did a little talk, and then people from the EDA and one community member chimed in, I think that if Cynthia would've came in, and Jim, and sat down and said, this is a wonderful idea and we're all excited about Hemp Heaven or Fen Biotech or whatever it is coming to town, but we have some concerns, whatever those concerns are, and we could all sit down and work through this for the benefit of Arlington. I think the whole tone of that meeting would have changed, but we never got even close to that. Because what we got was 15 negatives from Cynthia, 10 negatives from Jim, and then the meeting went, and then of course, some from the EDA said, here we go again. And that's the problem I think we have to resolve.
So you think an opening statement like that would have changed
Oh,
the reflection
no
of the
doubt
meeting?
in my mind, you would have changed the whole
But yet,
atmosphere.
when City Administrator Melvin said, this is the purpose of the meeting, to exchange ideas so that the council can have more, that didn't change the tone of the meeting at all.
No, but all
But
I'm saying,
look what two of the members did.
they bring up the problems.
They bring up the problems. That didn't help the council reach any.
Nope.
I think it was a
All I'm
successful
saying is that
end of the meeting.
If they saw,
The end
roundabout
was,
way.
there's animosity between the EDA and the planning zoning, and a lot of it, we can go back to what Attorney Arneson said. But I think that if Cynthia and Jim would have said what I said maybe they could have said, I know the tone to Kurt Mank, to Dick Thomas, and these other people would have, because then they would've said, hey, they're willing to sit down and work with us.
Mhm, mhm.
Nobody's ever said that before. I really think that would've changed things. I truly do.
And I think when we went to the planning and zoning committee meeting, and I think there were some different things that were exchanged, but I think at that meeting, Cynthia did in fact say, I apologize for not having
Yeah.
come out and said, and that's exactly where she said just what you said. She said, this is a great opportunity. And yeah, she wishes she would have said
Like I
it
said,
as
if
well.
the EDA would've heard that,
Yes.
I don't believe the three people that said what they said would've said that.
Mm-hmm.
And we would've had a very productive, I'm not blaming that on you, the mayor, anybody. I'm just saying, that's the stuff we need to air out.
It was still productive, we got there, we just got there really, in a really rocky way.
Yes.
Right. Very rocky way.
Very rocky way,
Yep.
which
Because people went
hopefully could
outside
have been,
and everybody.
hopefully in the
people-
future will not happen, but maybe maybe what the council has to do is sit down and say, okay, I mean, I know you're all grown-ups, but hey, this is how we're gonna treat one another. This is how we're gonna approach things. I know you have your rules, but be open, right? You have your rules, you have certain things you wanna do, be open to both sides. They are conflicting. Rules and we want business, right? So it is hard. But is that a reason why a lot of communities have one director for those two positions, so they can see both sides and they can be that one person that's trying to make it work no matter what? Or, because, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I mean, if you have unless you have two people that are willing to be working together, I mean, I think the council has made on, I don't know how many occasions, said, we want business in town, we wanna grow. We want people to build houses here, we want things happening.
But I think we can accomplish that if we take two people and just, and the mayor and Pat, or just the mayor, or whatever we decide, and just talk about the things that you mentioned, then bring in an EDA person, then bring in Cynthia, and we sit down and have that same discussion. So we know what pretty much the direction this discussion's going to go, and then sit down and have that meeting. I don't see how it can hurt. We don't accuse anybody of anything, forget all the accusation, just say, we need to play like adults.
Is there any way, this group, I think, works well together as a unit, could we somehow show them? You know,
But we could do that in a small, my only fear with, and Attorney Ernest and I think maybe Pat or the mayor, I can't remember, I've talked to so many people. If we do it in a committee or in a council setting, now we have to air everything to the public. And this might be a topic that we'd be better off if we possibly could do, I mean, I don't have any problem letting the public know what's going on, because they might say, you know what, you got a problem and you're dealing with it. That's what we want the council to do. Don't push it off to the side and not deal with it. But I think it might be easier in private to do than in a council meeting, especially with a whole room full of people.
yeah, you don't wanna air your laundry too.
If we
But
don't,
I think that's part of the problem.
yeah,
Because communication, and I've been saying this for months and months and
the
months and months,
transparency,
the transparency is not there. It's still not there. That's half of it. Adam, you feel like you know what's going on all the time in town? I don't. How
but
about
that's
you,
okay,
Jim?
it's good to be
Do what?
honest.
You
It's
feel
very
like
good
you
to
know
be
what's
honest.
going on?
No,
Yeah,
no, with the other committee, you know, early on, I went to planning and zoning, maybe a couple times in a EDA meeting, and sitting out there, I can't hear.
But it's not even just going to those meetings, it's like, what's going on? What's going on during the week? What happened? I don't know none of that. I don't know what's going on half the time.
Yeah.
And that's half the problem.
Dick and Jim, this, it runs a lot deeper than just that fight they had.
I think it does.
Yeah.
I mean, they've told us,
They've been,
they've told us about conversations they had that
They have two different philosophies.
It's a toxic situation.
It is.
That's as easy as I can put it.
Between those two,
It's very toxic.
and then Kurt also, because I know Jim and Kurt have had
Yep.
2-hour conversations.
And they're
then-
very good friends.
Yeah, and
That's
have
the amazing part.
parted not agreeing on what the topic was, so.
That's part of it, when you talk about I talked to Darren yesterday only because I saw him and I wasn't so sure what was going on with Fenn Biotech, but then I'm not involved in those meetings, so I'm probably not gonna know. But, that's why I asked that guy the question I did. Darren has serious questions with dust part, oxygen, yeah, the fire thing, we could probably work through that. But a lot of what Darren said is totally different to what Dan said. I don't know who to believe, to be real honest. And I don't wanna call either one a liar.
Well, no, you gotta figure it out then, get
Yep.
down to it, but
Yep.
get down to it now, as
Yep.
far as that piece is, and I think that's the other piece that you're bringing up now though too, is instead of waiting for things to kind of finally fizzle out on their own, let's meet stuff head on and take care of it.
Agreed.
I
Not
wish we
push it
could-
off to the side and push it off to the side and push it off to the side.
I wish we could see some way to make a concession to get the thing done, help them with the harvest. Get it over with.
I think that with the fact that Darren and I had a really long talk, and he said, I used to be an EDA director, and I wanna see this community grow. If nothing, it'll help me with the taxes on my house, it'll help everybody else. He went on and on and on like he was an EDA director.
Right.
His concern is the liability if a fire happens. He said, I don't wanna get sued, I don't want to lose my license, I can understand that.
And it's on him.
It's on him, or possibly could be on him, so I get that. But with Fenn Biotech not doing that drying
Not
here
doing the
this fall,
drying anymore.
we just changed the whole game.
Yeah, I would
So
say-
maybe they can store, and maybe we put in some heat sensors, smoke detectors, something maybe they only have to spend $1,000-1,500 on, so we can get them here through that trial period. And when they see this all go, and they wanna buy the building from them, then we go to the some type of water suppression unit.
Well, I think they have to do that when they purchase the
Yep,
building,
right.
so that's
So,
done.
but that's an avenue to get there, I would think, and I really believe that when Darren knows that, I think that he'd be more comfortable. I can't say for sure, but, like I said, we had a really lengthy discussion. And not that I wanted to tell him what to do, I just wanted to know what was going on. Where he was at, where we were at, are we going to lose him, what do we gotta do to keep him? So,
Well, hopefully we'll get a meeting going here within the next day or two.
That sounds like a big operation, what do they say, 1,500 acres?
yeah.
And 10,000 acres the next year?
3,000 this year. Yeah, 3,000 this year.
I mean, if we can work with this guy and keep, man, we gotta do everything we can to make this happen. I'm
Okay.
not saying break laws, break rules,
No.
but maybe we can bend things a little bit and still be within the
Protect.
law.
What about hemp heaven? You wanted to talk about hemp heaven?
Yeah, what are we gonna
What
do?
do we do?
I was ready to make a motion to have him come in.
I know you were.
Under, the motion was going to be, I've written on there, if I can find it. I wanted to make a motion that we do the sale under the stipulation that we have time to contact that business in Wisconsin, those residents, to make sure there is no
Wausau.
skunk smell, the access issue, utilities.
Oh, yeah,
All
you've gotta
that.
put that all in the
And
purchase
I
agreement.
wanted to put
Yeah.
that all in the purchase
Yeah,
agreement,
yeah.
and then I thought I'd do it later, and somehow it all disappeared, and I'm kicking myself in the backside for not doing it right now.
Now, another thing that Cywick brought up about the access road,
Oh, we're talking about
Well, no,
Fenn
but it's-
Biotech now?
No,
No?
North
Hemp heaven.
Oh, okay,
Hemp heaven.
okay, you're right, yep. Cause they'd have to cross Cywick's property.
Cywick's property to get to the,
yeah, but that's
Ah,
only if we, no,
I
because
don't
there's still
know
a
about
truck
that.
he
route.
thinks
Yeah,
he
they
owns
do.
a piece of that road.
He owns a little
somewhere.
pie that goes out in the triangle.
Well, we should be able to figure out who owns what there in short order.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not the thing though, because there's still a truck route that goes on Henderson Road,
They can
They
come
can
in,
use
so they
Henderson
can
Road.
come in there.
come in Northland
So it's
Drying's
not a thing,
road
that,
from the.
that's
They
not-
use Northland's Road, they do not have to come off Highway 5, because I remember they talked, and we did discuss closing the Henderson Road to truck traffic, but because
Scott Equipment.
Scott Equipment, I went out and talked to them, to see if they needed that road, and yes, they did need that road, so, and I explained to them what we were looking at. And I said, well, we wanna make sure we're covering our bases with you, and he said, we absolutely have to have that road. So that road has to stay
Yep.
a truck route as long as Scott Equipment is renting from Cywick.
So does Sidewalk own any property on, what are my directions, the east side of the railroad tracks?
That's Northland.
No.
They purchased all that.
That's
Well,
Northland
no,
Drive.
they, what about the trailer park?
Yeah.
Except for-
Okay.
Oh, the trailer park, you're right.
Yep.
He owns
trailer
that,
Yeah.
It does, yeah.
but I mean, from the railroad tracks, am I going the right direction?
If you turn off at the highway, you mean? Cywick owns a part of that wedge that goes
Okay.
down to nothing, and once you get across the tracks, that's Northland
Then
Drive.
it
That's
goes to
Northland
Northland
Drive.
Drive. That's
So
why
it's
we
his
couldn't get,
property technically if you turn off a 5.
Yeah.
that's why we needed access from both Hemp Heaven and
Northland.
Cywick,
And Sidewalk.
or pardon, not Hemp
Yeah.
Heaven, you're correct. Northland and Cywick to get to our 22 acres if we came off Highway 5. Because we can't get to that property, I don't believe, coming on Northland Dryings Road, we have to get on to, oh, wait, maybe, no.
Well, you could, it would
Yeah.
have to be configured
Yeah,
a little
Is
different.
that Northland Dryings Road or is that Sidewicks Road?
That's
Northland
Northland
Drive.
Dryings on the Henderson Road area.
Yeah.
But as you're going through it and getting the other side, it turns into Cywick's.
Yeah.
There's 2 owners on that road, from what I'm understanding.
Well, so
And
to address this is like, we didn't advertise this 22 acres, so they're coming and soliciting us for this land. I'm trying to like come up with different thoughts about it. I like the fact that they're gonna bring some jobs in, I like the fact that it's kinda ag, we're out a ways or whatever, there's a lot of good things about it. But I guess one thing that I did think about, and we researched a little bit, and that was me and my daughter, is solar farms. And we have no access, but what about, and I know it's like it's just an idea. I think the city can make money off of 22 acres of solar.
Council should keep in mind whenever an access question comes up, we always have the right of eminent domain. You know, where if we can show a public need, you know, we can always have the court award us access. The problem, I think, you know, in our previous studies about developing that industrial park, it was the cost factor.
Right.
You know, I'm fairly confident we could get the court to award us roadway access. But then we have the cost of putting the road in, the utilities, et cetera.
And then give the land away in the end anyways.
Yeah.
So
That's
why
what
should the city spend the money?
Yeah.
We have someone willing to take it without us spending $2-3 million. They're already, to fulfill what we wanted, an industrial park there, they're willing to buy it all and do it. Without spending $2 million, $3
Well,
million, whatever.
He really never said tonight that he wouldn't want some help from the city, though.
Yeah.
He didn't commit to that. He's keeping that open.
Well, I
Well, you
suppose
can
that's a
keep that open.
negotiation piece or whatever.
Or we could write it in the sales, can you write in the sales agreement, the city will
Absolutely.
not be
I don't know why we couldn't.
partners? You know,
He will what? Rich?
Won't be partners in any utility access costs.
I believe he'd sign that.
Well,
He's been pretty willing to negotiate on it. Look at his answers to what he gave us.
Right.
He was pretty open.
yeah, he's, I think.
I think the main thing is, as far as, if we're specifically talking about a hemp growing business and, ag, hemp, outdoors growing so close to town, is that we need to be firsthand going somewhere and smelling it.
Well,
And
we could,
coming
he
in.
invited you.
But I understand that, but I think it's really important. I don't think that we can make an informed decision. I can't unless I visit a place that I know it's gonna,
we can
how
call the
it's gonna
city
relate.
administrator in the city of Mozani, Wisconsin, or whatever that name is.
Mozani, I've heard of that.
Mozambique.
Mozani, yeah.
And call over there and find out what those citizens, if you want me to, the rest of this week, I'll call over there and I'll find out everything I can.
Well, we might as well assign one person to do it rather than all of us.
I have no
calling over
problem
there.
doing that. Be happy to do it.
Has anybody heard across from Tim Hagenmiller's that they're growing Hemp
They
out
are.
there?
They're
Are they?
beyond
It's-
Tim's.
Oh, right in
It's
north of town here.
north
yes,
of
you got
town.
Birds, fields
Yep.
out there, it's about this high already.
Over.
Yep, yep.
There's some
a
other
fence
fields
out
west of town here.
There's
where-
Where's it
some
at?
in,
You go past Hagenmiller Lumber, head north, and right by that intersection, the first intersection.
The left hand or west
After
side
all
of
the
the
houses,
corner.
yep.
There's probably about 60 acres in there, maybe even 80 that's, oh, that stuff's about that high right now.
and then there's some that's.
I
over
drove by and
by-
I could smell it.
There,
Can
oh,
you?
really, Ben?
That's Vern Schleter.
Smelled really good, I got a little high.
Oh, boy,
You did
I was
not.
gonna get some papers out, roll a little up.
let's go.
So there's some by Winthrop that's like almost close to,
Harvest,
Harvest. So you can get a better idea on,
which is when it's supposed to smell.
yes.
So I will gladly do that. I only have one more question. I don't wanna drag this on to midnight. Everybody gets to go to bed. So, do we think we're in agreement that maybe we could have Pat and the mayor and 2 council members sit down and try to work through something?
For the, you're talking about to address the committee issue?
To address our EDA
EDA
/ planning and zoning issues.
At least come up with a recommendation for the
Well,
council.
yeah, and maybe we could,
Yeah.
just, we gotta start something. I'm not saying we're gonna resolve the problem, but I think we really need to try. I don't wanna go through any more of this stuff and get phone calls why this one's gone and that, I don't want any more of that.
I was pleasantly surprised the other night, Pat and I both sat in on planning and zoning, and this said after Jim's resignation. Well, there was, I mean, they talked about it a little. It didn't become a downer at the meeting though. And Cynthia was actually in a very good mood.
She was what, Rich?
She was in a very good mood, very upbeat, and I thought maybe she would be at the verge of quiet or angry or whatever, but didn't see any of that. So, whatever that's worth, but. Do we have a consensus on that then? So, as far as, okay, yep. At least 2 council persons and you or 2 council persons and
Yeah, and you
both of
guys.
us or whatever.
So would that be appropriate for employee relations committee? Or,
Yeah, there's an employee relations committee.
I mean,
Who's,
I'm on that.
is that Rochelle?
Is that you
Michelle
and I
and-
think?
yeah.
I think you and I are on.
yeah,
Well, we already did that once before.
Well, we're gonna do a little,
Different situation,
we're gonna
different,
we're gonna have to work
different
a little
way.
harder this time, I think. We can find a solution to this problem, whatever it is, I really believe we can.
Well, you guys should have your ear to the ground on what's going on, probably better than anybody else on the
I
council.
would agree.
I
I would
probably,
agree.
I have no
Yeah.
problem doing it.
I could
No, let's do
be on the
employee
committee, but
relations.
I wouldn't have a clue what's going on in the,
Well, half the time I don't either, but.
well, that's part of you, Tom.
I'd say employee relations committee would be great, and Pat and I are both on that anyhow, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, it would be pretty simple.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sounds like a winner to me, that makes me very happy.
All right, anything else? That can't wait.
Motion.
Did we come to any conclusion with, or consensus with regards to?
Hemp Heaven?
Hemp Heaven? I
We
mean,
did.
everybody I think is aware that now Fenn Biotech is also interested in those 22 acres.
Are they?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Well, we've
they
not
are.
seen a letter of, we've
Yes,
not
they
seen a
are.
letter of interest.
I think that they have maybe conveyed to Amy that they would be interested. that they're
I'm
very
almost
interested.
positive they have said that. But how do we turn Hemp Heaven away they were the first ones to ask.
They were.
That's only more than fair.
Yeah.
Well,
yes,
I
they-
think before we do anything with Hemp Heaven, I wanna see a site plan, kinda some building plans, what they're gonna do there,
Yeah,
how they're gonna get the utilities in.
how they're gonna
An
change the
access
road to
road.
get out there.
I wanna hear about Wisconsin.
So do I, because I don't want another stink problem.
I mean, if they got a hemp field right next to the ball field, like he said,
If there's a problem, there's gonna be a problem in that town.
you would think.
Well, and then there's
I'll
other,
find out enough people, I will call around and,
there were other places or whatever too that are growing but I don't know what they're growing in these other communities that really have a skunky smell problem. Now, I don't know if hemp smells the same as it's growing as marijuana does. I mean, if there's a difference.
My understanding is they're very similar
Similar?
as far as the smell.
I mean, I don't know where this town is, but when I figured out if it's only 2.5, 3 hours away, I tell you what I'll do. I'll get my truck at 5 o'clock in the morning. I will drive over there. I will go to the city office.
Mosaic is.
I'll find out where that field is and I'll bang on neighbors' doors to find out. 3
It's
hours
about
isn't that far to drive.
3-4 hours.
I have no problem with that. But I gotta figure, I'm not driving to Lake Michigan.
Bring your fishing pole along, there might be a lake.
I just wanted to,
Concrete?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Mosaic?
It was a 3-1-1.
Yes.
Subject abstained.
You're correct, I think it's, yeah.
Michelle voted no, she abstained. Got it? Okay. Yep, yep.
there was just one minor item I wanted to comment on. Hemp Heaven had said something about wanting to change some of the zoning to agricultural. And, you know, there's indication that, or Cynthia had indicated she'd never heard that done. I think the reasoning behind that is you think about it, you know, a city is normally an urban area or soon to become an urban area. And agricultural zones within an urban area are kind of exceptions, you know, where we're kind of grandfathering in this farm, okay? But the idea is the urban area will eventually continue to grow. And usually it's an economic pressure where, let's say if the farm suddenly has development land value, you know, it's economically beneficial for the farmer to sell out, and then it's no longer ag, you know, it becomes a development, industrial, residential. So it's kind of unusual to reverse that process, where you say, this is an urban area, but oh, we're gonna carve out an ag zone again. You know, you're kind of going backwards, so I think that's why it's an unusual request.
Then it's a deal killer, cause he said if he didn't get that, it was.
No, I didn't.
I didn't hear
Oh,
that.
I thought he added in here, just let me go read
He
it.
said he would like both.
Yeah.
He would
I
like
know he
both.
wants both.
Industrial and
He would like
There was
both.
something
It's
else
a
was a
unique
deal
piece of
killer.
property though, because it is, if it wouldn't have been included or brought into city limits, we could call it detached, just like the sports park is detached.
Yes, yes.
Here, we would like the option to be able to grow outdoors on the land not developed with greenhouses. I assume rezoning for ag will be required. If this is not possible, it may well change our interest in the property.
Okay.
So yeah, it could be a deal killer.
It
I
could
mean, if
be.
we can't change it, we can't change it. But
Well-
from what I read here, pretty much sounds like that's an issue.
Well, is it that we can't change it, or?
No,
that
that's what I was
it's-
just gonna say. I think Cynthia's comment was she's never heard of that before.
yeah.
And that's what I was explaining why, my theory behind why it normally isn't done. You don't have, for example, the city of Minneapolis saying, oh, wait a minute, we got some vacant lots here, let's turn them into ag.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
okay, but legally, can it be done? I know no reason why it couldn't. I think we could if we wanted to.
Okay.
Cynthia advised against it, but yes, I mean, it certainly could.
Well, I agree with Michelle on one thing, we need to find out the smell problem, because we do not wanna step into another Northland drying issue. Or we'll have people in here for the next 4 years ready to hang us.
Yeah, I think if we do our homework, I think,
I think I can find out what the problem is.
Yep.
That looks a little further south of Wausau. So it's more like 5 hours away. I'm not driving 10 hours, I can get that done.
That's beautiful country over there though, Tom.
Motion to
I
adjourn.
wanna get-
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Cowell, second by Councilmember Hattlestead to adjourn the meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Meeting adjourned at 10:34. Oh, this is terrible. This is a terrible one.
Well, it means one thing, we're busy.
Yeah.